Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beginning of what is hopefully going to be a fun, adventurous, and as always, entertaining IRL road trip. This is just one of the many we've taken since the indoctrination of this channel back in 2022. I think we're going to be going on 4 years coming in this summer. So thank you all, for all the support for the last 4 years. Thank you to all the members for all your monthly support. Without you guys and the support and just kindliness of a lot of other people that may or may not necessarily be jury members, we wouldn't be able to do these type of things without you guys. So I want to say a big thank you to y'all. Well, we're going to the border, these nuts. I don't know if they'll let me into Mexico. I'm going to try my best. I don't have a current passport, which I think you got to have one nowadays, or one of those, what do they call those, special, if you don't got a passport and you just got a driver's license, you have to have one of those special federal driver's license, which I don't have. I can get one, but I haven't done it yet. So, there's an event going on at the border. That's why we're going to Mexico. We're not just going for shits and giggles. We're going to a pretty rough area of Mexico, man. This is an area where not too many of the gringos head to, if you know what I mean. And I'm just going to leave it a surprise for right now. I'll let you guys kind of decipher it as we go. But you guys are going to be able to hang out with me. We're just taking off right now. For those of you that don't know, I live very close to the Mexican border. So it's not like we're going to be on the road for like 3 hours. No, we're going to be on the road for an hour and a half. And we're going to be going down to a border town to check out this yearly event they do. I've never been to this event before. And I think it consists of a couple of things. And I'll explain it to you guys here in a bit. But we've got a lot of things going on this weekend. This is just one of like 3 things we're going to be doing this weekend. We're going to be camping out. Hopefully the areas that we're all going to, I did already check a coverage map. We should have data according to the coverage map. So for the most part, you guys should be able to hang out with me for the whole trip. But good morning, everybody. There's very, very funny business down there. A lot of funny business goes down at the border. Some legal, some illegal. But we're here for the legal stuff. But yeah, I'm excited for it. Like I said, I've never been to this event. This is going to be, I think, I don't know how long the event's been going on for. Excuse me. It's still a little early. But, oh, man. Shit. I'm going to have to grab me a water here in a second. I think all right, no, I got him in the back. I just reached back there in a second. But I know the event that this, I guess this is going to sound kind of weird. I guess the event that this event memorializes is going to be 110 years old. So this fiesta, we'll just call it a fiesta, which is one of the things going on there. They're going to have, I think, a reenactment or something of a battle of some sort. I guess there was a battle between the U.S. Army and the Mexican Army at this border city we're going to. And they kind of celebrate, like, I mean, you don't really celebrate war in a way because it was like a really fucking fucked up raid that killed a lot of innocent people. But in order to memorialize it, they've celebrated this tragic event with this fiesta, I guess, if that makes sense. Weird, kind of. I guess it's kind of the same thing as, like, you know, what's that part of the funeral? Everybody goes and parties and gets drunk. You know, you go through, like, the sad part, you know, all that. And then the best part's the end where everybody just kind of celebrates you dying and shit. You know? So I guess there's always a good to a bad. The yin to the yang. But anywho, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to try to do, like, I don't know about nighttime shit. I'm one of those people that are not too, I think it's weird as fuck to those people that do sleep streams. So I'd kind of hate to be one of those type of people, but I'm going to try to basically do as much IRL as I possibly can with you guys. So if you ain't got nothing going on this weekend, well, hang out with me. Only if you want to. We're going to try to have a good time, try to deter away from all the negative shit going on right now in the world. As a, news channel and as a journalist, I have to try to keep up to date with a lot of these ongoing events. And tell you what, man, between covering these bozos I do and all the bullshit that's been going around in the world, this has been a much needed road trip, that's for sure. But don't worry, we're still going to be talking some shit. I'm sure there'll be some people asking about court updates. Sure, there'll be some haters waking up here in a bit once they're... Well, no, they just started going to bed right now, so we probably won't get any till about 2 o'clock when they wake up from their drunken stoop. But, yeah, enjoy, have fun. I don't even think I have the subscribers only chat on, so anybody can chat. Oh, shouldn't have said that. Alright, shut this off. Well, actually, we'll leave it on. I guess my front-facing camera doesn't have a really good sensor for low-light shooting. I think the other camera should on the other side of this phone. But I don't do too much low-light shooting with my phone. But the sun should be coming up here in a second. I have done a mass sunban, as a matter of fact. We did one, I think, over the beginning of the year. How the fuck you think Ski Mask's mom was able to come in and chat and talk shit? That lady been banned years ago. So I was actually surprised. It took me a minute to even... I was like, is that really his... Oh, yeah, no, that's his mom. Kind of weird. She's got me on, like, notifications and subbed up, but hey, to each their own. Get on your alts if you don't believe me. Jump, talk some shit. I ain't gonna ban you now. My mods might, but I'm driving. Good morning. What's up, Alabama Mama 4? Good morning, everybody else. I think I saw Madame Trouble Star. I'm sorry. I was gonna say Madame Star. Got D's Nuts in the chat. We've got Dan West. I think that's Dan. Yeah, Dan West. And a few more shy people. Alright, so let's make sure we do the speed limit here. Last thing I need is a $150 ticket to basically ruin all the money that we fundraised for this road trip. That would basically just delete the whole road trip right there. Damn, what the fuck's going on here at the park? Holy shit! Whoa, 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 whoa! There are a lot of people over here. There must be something going on here at the river. We just crossed over the river right now, the Rio Grande, and the parking lot to the river park is slammed full. Now, it could just be a nice morning. A lot of people out doing running and bicycling activities, but I don't think that's it. I have a feeling there must be some event going on this morning there. Maybe a race. What up, Scorpio? Wood Butcher. Now, I do apologize, as I had posted through my, what do you call it? I guess the channel's post section, comment section. I don't know what you call it. I think it just says posts. But I had put a, basically just kind of a reminder to everybody that I was going to be starting this road trip yesterday. And I said I was bringing Rio with me. Good morning, Curtis. But things changed. One, I was a day late. I thought the event that we're going to today was yesterday for some reason. started yesterday. The main event's today, but I thought they had stuff going on yesterday, so I was just going to go. I didn't mind going a little early to, being one of the first ones there and check out. Me, I like to check out all the pre-event shit and mingle with all the old people. But it wasn't. They didn't have any pre-event stuff. It's just today only. One-day event. I got it confused with another event that we're going to this weekend that actually started, I think, Thursday. That goes on through Sunday. We're going to be going to that mañana. And then we're going to be camping out at a pretty badass place tonight that we should have service. So I should be able to take you guys with me too. And I think you guys are going to enjoy this place. It's pretty cool, man. Definitely a lot different than most of your camping sites. We'll just say that. And I'll leave it as a surprise. But, damn, I was going to say something and then I forgot. That's all right. Oh, yeah, I was just apologizing that I had posted I was going to start my road trip yesterday, but I didn't. Also, I was going to bring Rio, but there's a reason I'm not anymore, because this event that we're going to this morning is going to be around a lot of horses, supposedly. And although Rio's pretty good, he's been around horses, I don't know how those horses would do. Also, if there's going to be a shit ton of horses, I'm sure it's probably just going to be easier to walk around, especially with one hand having a fucking selfie stick in it, without having a dog, you know what I mean? Because I'm not trying to get anybody bucked off their horse. So, fortunately, Rio had to stay home, and I feel really bad because, dogs are pretty smart, and I had him a little hyped up about going with me. And he was even waiting by the door this morning, and I felt so fucked up, man. But it's a safety thing, man. And even for his safety, to be honest with you, the last thing I need is a horse trampling over my dog, So, watch when we go there. There's going to be a zillion fucking dogs. But, like I said, I'm just trying to be a responsible dog owner. And I don't think going to an event where you're going to be literally around possibly a lot of, I don't know how many horses, but a shit ton of horses with a dog. Because the dog might be fine, but we don't know how the horses are going to react. So, alright, we on this freeway. I don't know. I think we can get to 65 at least. And then there'll be a part where we go 75. Do you know in Texas, there's speed limit on the freeway? I don't know all freeways, but some freeways, goes up to 85. Here in New Mexico, we max out at 75. Which I don't think I'd be too comfortable on 85. My car, after like 80, it starts jittering a bit, you know what I mean? I don't think it was even meant to go past 70, to be honest with you. Alright. Show you guys a little view of what's going on in front of me. Change it up a bit for you guys. Oops, shit. Alright. Okay, we're in the right lane. Hold on, let me fuck around with that here in a second. This is a kind of important fork in the road. If we take the wrong fork, we're going to be late to this event. Alright, well, we took the right fork, so we're good. Alright. Now I can switch you guys over. There you go. I unfortunately don't have a radio working, so you're gonna have to put up with me. And I'm just kidding. We're not gonna do that the whole trip. Alright. I think we can get to... we'll just stay at 65. Until I see a 75 sign for sure. What up, Smoke Cowboy? Yo, I'm hungry as fuck, bro. I'll take anything at this point. So, as soon as we get to this party of some sort, I don't even know if it's a party. Hopefully they're going to have some vendors selling food, man. I don't know if I could do pizza this early. I'm not going to lie. I was trying to leave a little earlier than I had anticipated, and I was late because I was trying to do a healthy number 2, and my stomach's a little sensitive right now without going too much into it and grossing you guys out, especially those of you that are having breakfast right now. So for right now, I'm going to try to stay away from anything super greasy. But unfortunately, I have a feeling that once we get to this event, I don't think any of the vending food is going to be non-greasy. Closer you get to Mexico, everything tends to get greasier when it comes to the food, if you know what I mean. What up, Marfin Map? Yeah, little road trip. We had a little budget in the road trip fund, and I'd been promised you guys one for a bit, so here we are. And with that, I want to say a big thank you. We got a donation. I think it was actually yesterday morning. And that was from Vanessa Jean. So I want to say again, thank you so much, Vanessa Jean, for that $25 donation. Basically, between Vanessa Jean, Gold Girl, and you members, this is the reason why we have this road trip going on. And there's a lot of other you that have donated there between the time we started and now. And I'm sorry if I forgot to say thank you to anybody, but I know those are some of the names that just came to the top of my head. I think Marfin, man, you had donated not too long ago, so thank you. And then, of course, I appreciate all the members, man. Without your guys' monthly support, for sure we wouldn't be doing any of this. And any other support is greatly appreciated. As probably most of you can tell, gas has gone up. You know me, I try to keep it as cheap as possible. You know, I don't stay in no fancy hotels. We stay at El Hotel Caro. You know, I try not to splurge on unnecessary things if I don't have to. So gas is pretty much the only big income when it comes to these road trips, realistically. Because we drive a lot of them, you know. We're not flying anymore these days. We're not as fancy as we used to be. But honestly, I like driving. I enjoy it. It's been kind of a cool adventure being able to drive basically cross country. I've gone to California and I've driven as far as to Atlanta, Georgia. But I've flown cross country because of the channel with you guys. We've gone to New Jersey. We flew to New Jersey for the Controller Court coverage. We drove to California last summer for our summer road trip, which was a fucking blast. Just finished up over the holiday time, our Midwest road trip, which is fucking awesome. Oh, well, you know what? You guys are in for a little surprise here. I don't think a lot of y'all have Border Patrol stations where you're from. So in order for me to get to where I live, to where we're going, we actually do have to go through a customs inspection station. Last time I checked, I was American. Now, sometimes, I don't know, man. I think this has to do with the stations themselves. For some reason, the data coverage, regardless of who you have, as far as phone carrier, seems to always get dropped right before these stations. I don't know if that's done purposely, you know what I mean? But we'll see what happens. Either way, I'm going to keep the stream on. But if it does start getting a little fidgety, that's most likely because of the inspection station that we're getting near to. Fuck no, bro. I could guarantee you if Jose was sitting shotgun on my seat right now, we would get pulled over. They would do an inspection on the vehicle, and we would probably be fucked with for 30 minutes. They would probably find some way of detaining Jose, knowing Jose, and then I would get stuck with sitting there for an hour or two, waiting to see if the police are going to pick his ass up or if they're just going to let him go and we keep on going our way. So, hell no. Yeah, we'll get some jammers on the phone. My radio don't work. It does, but it doesn't. So we'll put some Bluetooth music on. Fuck it. Fuck the monetization. Although I don't want to get too copyright struck. Is there jammers that don't? Actually, I don't think I think the only way you know you're going to get copyright struck is when they they'll pause your stream for a bit, and then they restart it. That's happened to me once. Broskies. Dude, snack size. Holy shit, do I have some motherfucking... Goddamn. You know, if it gets boring enough, we might just have a little ski mask discussion. I'll just put it this way. I had one of his last... I don't know what you want to call them. You know, we've had many of these ladies contact us in the last 4 years we've been coming ski mask, but one of these last lady friends, we'll just call them that, okay, threw me basically so many screenshots of shit that I didn't want to see that I already knew. I maybe she didn't know that I already knew that, you know, David was gay and that he sucks dick to basically find places to live at and, you know, feed himself. But I didn't want to see no pictures, man. I'll just put it that way. But I'll say this, man. That guy is a fucked up piece of shit, man. That dude is not only a meth head, which we've already confirmed, but that guy's going around basically drugging up females and males and then stealing their shit in the morning or nighttime. Hence why he always got a new pair of nasty, dirty-ass sneakers all the time that he claims, you know, he picked up on some crazy deal and paid a lot of money for. Put it this way, because I'm not, you know, my channel's not about getting into people's personal lives, but I will say this, that boy has digressed to the lowest of the lowest when it comes down to, I will say this, there are homeless people that wouldn't even do the things that this boy does just to survive. And what I don't understand is, all he has to do is go get a fucking job, bro. No, I'm not AirTag. I don't have any Apple products. Me too, man. I miss the laughs, bro. I really do. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna come clean a bit. This last month, I've been kind of in and out the scene myself. You know, just to see what's been going on with a lot of the, you know, the idiots. And sadly to say, nothing's changed. Not a damn thing's changed. As a matter of fact, should we fuck with him today? Like, should I make me an accent? Like, yes, American. I mean, technically, that's profiling. Or should I just be like a hard-ass anti-ice, you know, and just not say anything? Put a piece of duct tape on my mouth. Nah, bro, I'm just about, you know what I've learned now that I've had a few, well, not even a few, a lot of close calls with basically my life ending these days. Time is money, and I ain't here to waste it, baby. So if all they got to hear me is say American to get through, I'm going to make it as easy as it is to get through. Fuck am I going to waste my fucking 30 minutes to an hour fucking around with some dill hole? No offense to those guys and gals. They do a lot of hard work, and I respect their work. I seen that. That's pretty gnarly, man. I wasn't a big Malcolm in the Middle person, but you know, I caught a few shows every once in a while. I enjoy it, and I think that's pretty cool. I when I saw that, I kind of had to do a second take because I was like, what? Like, I thought, you know, they were just gonna do you know, what do they call when they like they're doing right now with Scrubs. You know, they bring back a lot of old shows that are probably new to a lot of youngsters these days. But I didn't realize they were gonna do like an actual, like, brand new shooting event. You know what I mean? That's pretty cool. All right, we're coming up to it. Here we go. Here we go. Here's all the lights. For some of you that never seen an inspection point, you can't even, so basically, where I'm at here in New Mexico, at my parents', you can't even leave that city. You go north, south, east, or west of my parents' city, you can't go without passing through one of these. Oh, I guess we should start slowing down a bit. What am I supposed to be at? I think 55 now. They start slowing you down slowly but slowly. Okay, now 55. All right, we're good. I remember once we were driving, I was with my parents, we were kids, dude. There was this biggest fucking hippie van in front of us, broski. And I remember my dad, you know how it's telling you to slow down right here? My dad got in this left lane before it got into a one lane and just went right past that motherfucker. And I was like, what are you doing? He's like, I ain't gonna get stuck behind those motherfuckers. You know they're gonna fuck with them. And I always wondered if they did. But I'm not gonna lie, that van was just screaming, because this was before, I was a young kid when this happened, so this was before, weed was like, well, in our state, not in all states, but, it was made legal. So, they frowned upon that shit, you know what I mean? And like, yeah, that van basically was screaming, just pull me over, please. Oh, shit. Lane? Oh, fuck. Oh, hell no. What did I just do here? Shit. Uh-oh. I think I just passed the checkpoint. I don't know. I'm just following the goddamn cars. I don't know why there's a car to the right of me. What the fuck? Oh, did I go in the trucks only? Hold on. God damn it. All cars. What? Okay, I think we're good. I don't know what the fuck that's about. That's new to me. Maybe that was just truck only. I don't know. All I know is I'm going through some fucking inspection. At least there ain't no big semis in front of me, so I think we're good. But that's weird. I don't know what that other lane's for. I've never seen that before. But I don't go this way too much. All right, here we go. Shh, shh. Be good, be good. Don't tell them about the you-know-what in the back. Straight face, straight face. Watch, this is the day they fuck with me. Well, at least you guys will get to... They may not even know what the fuck that was. Maybe some people don't even know about these checkpoints, Imagine being wild. They're just, those hippies are like just enjoying a nice J, and they're like, oh, what's this? All right, let's see. They get mad. Thank you. Have a great day. Easy. I know. They actually are watching you. That was it. I do have TTS on you, motherfuckers. I had it on already. You cheapos. You could have got me pulled over right there. Goddamn. Y'all don't even take... You guys don't even realize when you come up on fucking opportunities to fuck with streamers, do you? Nah, I'm just kidding. I've been fucked up. Oh, they have cameras already watching you before you get to their checkpoint, to see the people like, fucking flimsing around, throwing all their shit in the back. They also scan your license plate when you go through. I don't know if a lot of you know that in California, they even hide their license plate readers. Which I'm all for. I think that's a great idea. Especially for like in a kidnapping or something like that, you know what I mean? Hey, as long as they ain't doing nothing bad, you shouldn't worry about them knowing where you're driving through. Now, I do kind of frown upon the legality of that. But I kind of see more positive. I can see more good than bad being out of that system. But that's just my opinion. Thanks, I appreciate y'all. No, some of these guys, especially now, I'll just put it this way. You can just look at my pam. For those of you that know, I'm originally from Albuquerque. Well, not originally. I was born and raised in Las Cruces, but when I started my channel and when I was streaming, I'm from Albuquerque. For those of you that have been following me since the beginning, you seen where I had my house up there I streamed from in the hood. I took you guys everywhere there for a good year, when I was up there. Then when I went full time, I moved down to my parents because I couldn't do the channel and work. There was just one, I wanted to do the channel full time, and two, I ain't getting paid that much on this channel where I'm gonna be able to pay rent, all my bills, You know what I mean? And all that. So I did the full-time thing, and I moved down to Las Cruces. And I can tell you and so where I'm going with that story is I go back and forth a lot to Albuquerque. And you got to go through one of these checkpoints too. And you can see just the faces of these people when you go through them. Like now they're like pissed, bro. Like they got that face where like you fuck with them, they're gonna fuck with you, you know. Back then you could have fucked with them and they'd be like, ha 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 ha, you know. But nah, man, you fuck with these guys, even them knowing you're just fucking around, they're gonna fucking ruin your day. And they can do a lot of stupid shit. They can basically tear your car apart, hand it back over to you fucked up, and say have a nice day. And it's up to you to file the paperwork necessary to be compensated for that damage. And what do you think that's going to involve, okay? You're going to have to get an estimate. You're going to have to send pictures. It's not going to come in the mail like in a month, you know what I mean? So they can really fuck with you if they want. I don't think a lot of people realize the freedom that these Border Patrol inspection points really have. They can pull you out of your car. You can't play that whole, hey, I didn't do nothing wrong, I ain't got to get out. If they want you to get out, you got to get out. They want to see your ID, you got to show them your ID. It's basically like their own little country in a way. You know, you could have every freedom in your state, and as soon as you pass through that, technically, I know for a lot of the dispensaries that have dispensaries up north and here down south, I don't even think they've solved the problem. I think it's still going on. They were confiscating their fucking vans and shit, man. And, you know, it's legal here in our state. You know, our state makes money. They tax that shit. And the Border recognize the state laws. And the state and these Border Patrol checkpoints on whether or not they're going to allow these dispensary vans to go through with all their product. Because think about this. Those vans, if they're bringing stuff back and forth, they're not taking a little bit of amount because that costs a lot of money. Gas, time, and an employee that you're paying to drive. Okay? So they're going to pack that shit with as much as they can. So when they confiscate your van, not only are they taking your transportation, your vehicle, they're going to take everything that's in there, okay? And that could be tens of thousands of dollars, maybe even up to hundreds of thousands of dollars for some people. Nick Brown, where are you from? What, are you from the States or Canada? Because you said province. I have a feeling I think we have places in the U.S. that they call province or provinces. I think all from the East are going to really be laughing at me. You don't know about that shit. I don't. I really don't. I've only been to the East once, and that was for the controller court case. That's what I'm saying. If I didn't even have this channel going on, I'm not I can't predict the future, but, I mean, I had already been, 38 years old? I'm 41 now. I think I was 38 or 39 when we went to Cannes. That was a little hairy because I got the sun rising behind me, so it's kind of blocking my side mirror right now. Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about this a bit. So, because I was wondering, I said, what would happen? Now, I can go into Mexico. They'll let my ass in. But I was wondering, what would happen of me going back? As a U.S. citizen that doesn't have a passport, or I have my ID, my state, not ID, my driver's license. It's just not one of those ones with the star on it yet. That's the ones that they require to go into the border, or back from the border, excuse me, or even to travel by plane now within the United States. You have to have one of those special licenses now. But I think and it was weird because I was reading some fine print, okay? Now, this is something they obviously don't want, they're not out here fucking like preaching on about this. But I think legally, you still can cross back. It's just going to technically it could take more time, right? Because they have to be able to verify your identity. So they may want to, have you sit down and do a fucking I don't know, screening of some sort where they're going to ask you a bunch of questions about your social, how long you lived in here, this or that. So technically, I think you still can get back from Mexico into the United States if you're an American citizen. I mean, don't forget, you have U.S. consulates or embassies in Mexico. A lot of them are in your border cities, obviously. That, you know, people travel and they'll get their passports stolen or lost. So I'm sure it happens to a lot of people that they end up in a situation where they don't have any documentation, but they got to get back into the States and they're an American. But I don't know if I really want to find out today. Oh, brother, man, I can't do Alaska weather, man. What up, Roofer? Technically on this road right here, y'all, this road, if it was a windy day, can get very fucking dangerous. I'll tell you that. So we might not have no snow to make it look dangerous or any, you know, it may not look like a very dangerous road. But because we're here in the Southwest and it can get very windy, and as you can see, we're just in kind of like a flat plain area, this road or this portion of this highway is notorious for rollovers and semis flipping over and all that shit. You'll probably see a few signs here in a bit where they say, you know, wind flashing, don't, you know, roads closed, or caution, wind caution. But yeah, I mean, let's see. We're not, shit, we've been on the road already 30 minutes. We're not too far away. Like I said, we're not, where I'm from, we're not too far away from Mexico. This is just one of the borders. You can cross the biggest border crossing. I don't know if it's the biggest. It might be, actually, which is through Juarez and El Paso. The only other one that I would think might be bigger is the one in Tijuana. But I don't know, man. I think I know the commercial bridge, the commercial entry point in Santa Teresa, New Mexico, which borders Mexico. That is the biggest commercial port in the U.S. So, as far as border ports, so I would almost want to say that the footbridge, or, you know, that also allows foot pedestrians and, you know, people in their cars and shit. Basically, if you're not in a semi. I would probably want to guess that it is the biggest crossing, is the one in El Paso, Juarez, but I could be wrong. But either way, this one we're going to is not even close to being that big. This is, like I said, this is probably an area where you're gonna, to the left of me here, you're, not only do I know because they just, I read a report about it, there is still dead bodies out in this desert from a lot of the illegal immigrants that try to cross over during the summertime. And they die from exhaustion and dehydration because of the heat. And the sad thing about it is they've got a lot of nonprofits that go out there to basically catalog these bodies. And even reporting the body, nobody goes out there to pick up the body. So they just did a report. It was in one of our local papers the other day, where they went a year later to like 3 of the bodies they had cataloged the year before, to see if the Border Patrol or anybody else, you know, any of the sheriffs, because it is technically still in Doña Ana County, which is operated by the sheriff, to see if the sheriff or Border Patrol went out there to, I mean, they're not even having to exhume these bodies, okay? These bodies are skeletons that are just laying right on top of the sand, okay? So they went out a year later to see if the bodies were still there. All of them were still there. So I can tell you for 100% that if you go walking or hiking to the left of me here, you will find or walk over dead bodies, 100%. The area, the border crossing we're going to, is notorious for being a stretch of our border between New Mexico and Mexico, where there is a lot of illegal crossings. You'll see. You'll see when we get there. There's a lot of cartel-related shootings where we're going to. Oh, man. Well, actually, I think I do have my vest behind me. My media. I'm sorry, because when I was in the the military, we call them flak jackets. Body armor, my body armor. So I'm so used to calling it a flak jacket, which technically that isn't a flak jacket. What I wore, because back then they didn't have necessarily body armor for us. The special force guys did. They were still just letting us use what we considered flak jackets. That's what we used for body armor in the early 2000s. Which necessarily, it's depending on the distance, it probably would stop a handgun round, rifle round. Hell no. It's mainly for to keep from you getting shredded up by shrapnel. They're more concerned about us getting blown up than shot. Oh, it's pretty safe now. Where we're going to, basically, it's, man, I don't even know how to pronounce it, and I speak Spanish. It's a pretty interesting name. But basically, the name of the festival, what this, I'll tell you the name here in a second. But basically, what this festival is celebrating, and like I said, it's kind of weird to say celebrating, it's more memorializing, but they do it in a celebration. Back in the late 1800s or early 1900s, I think it was actually 1914, this town of Columbus, we're going to the town of Columbus. They have Columbus, New Mexico, and they have Columbus, Mexico, okay? So there's two towns, same name. Half of it's in Mexico, the other half's in the United States, okay? But anyways, this town is known for because it was raided by Pancho Villa. I don't know if some of you have heard of that name or know about the Mexican revolutionist known as Pancho Villa. But he came over and he raided and attacked and killed a lot of people in this town. There was actually a skirmish, a little war, between him and the American Army back then, the U.S. Army. And so they put on, like, I guess, a reenactment, which that's what I'm here to see. I'd like to see this reenactment of this skirmish. But they also do a big horse ride. Basically, anybody that's got a fucking horse is welcome. And I think they open up the border. Don't quote me on this. I still think you got to be have some legal way to. And I mean, I would imagine anybody on a horse from Mexico is not going to try to stay over legally with their horse. So I don't know how that works, but basically they open up the border and they allow Mexican horse riders to join the American horse riders at the border, and they ride down this road and they ride to this place where the skirmish happened. They have a big festival. There's supposed to be a huge horse parade and all sorts of crazy shit. So that's what we're going to go see. And then tomorrow we're going to go to a rock show. But tonight, we're going to be camping out of a place that's pretty badass. And that's the place I want to surprise you guys with. I'm not going to tell you where we're going yet. Because if I tell you, you'll be able to Google it, and then you'll see exactly what it is before we get there. And that's kind of the surprise, is actually seeing this place without knowing what it really was until we get there. Yeah, they ride horses, man. I don't know, man. I don't even know, bro. I'm just going over there and going with the flowskis. But let me plug this place in on my Navi and see how far we are. I'm gonna put some jams on too. Oh, let's see. Oh shit! I'm on my old phone. Oh, maps. There we go. Let's see. I think we are about 51 minutes away. We should be getting there right before 8:30. I think the event starts at 8, but I don't think they're going to start right at 8. But if it's all right, we'll get there right when they start. It's cool. You know me, I'm always fashionably late to things. I try not to be. I was actually doing good this morning. But if it hadn't been for the tummy number 2 problem that I encountered, we would have been just fine. But shit happens. And I didn't mean that as a no pun intended, but shit really does happen. And yeah, that's what made me late. I know, huh? Look at the beautiful natural chemtrails. That's natural. What are you talking about, chemtrails? That's God doing that. That's God's fingers right there, baby. No, I'm just kidding. That's chemtrails like a mother. Bro, have you guys, man, we got some crazy shit in New Mexico that I could be reporting on, and it's up to you guys. But do you guys know that right now, you guys are aware that the Epstein Ranch, right? The Zorro Ranch is south of Santa Fe, okay? It's about a 3-hour drive for me. Well, they just started a new investigation. They've got a ragtag team of state legislators, which, you know, I can't say much about that, but at least they're trying to do something that is supposedly going to get permission, and I think they've already gone in on the property of the ranch because they're investigating rumors that there was bodies of women that were supposedly or allegedly buried. I don't think they buried them on the ranch. I believe the stories, but I believe if they were buried, it would be in public land around the ranch. But anyways, a lot of shit going up there. You know, we got the drone, bro. We could be flying that up over the ranch and checking out all that shit. I don't know if you guys just heard, any of y'all into the UFO shit, but they had a very, very mysterious disappearance of a guy who's not just a normal guy, your normal civilian. This is a ex-2-star, a retired 2-star general that basically was the head of, like, the fucking special programs that even the fucking president don't know about type of shit, okay? This guy was the commander of, I think it's an Air Force base where, they say they brought the, back when the, alleged Roswell UFO crash happened, they brought all the crash parts allegedly to an Air Force base, not in New Mexico, it's way outside of New Mexico. The crash was in New Mexico, in Roswell, New Mexico, but they brought all the crash stuff, out to another base, and this guy was supposedly the commander of that base, not at that time, but later, you know, in his career, which I would think he would know some secrets. Also, back when Hillary Clinton was running for president and the hackers hacked her emails between her and her campaign manager, I forgot his name, they had found emails with this guy's fucking name, this general, talking about him basically becoming a UFO informant, you know, and working with Tom DeLonghi. Did I say that right? Tom, the guy the frontman for, what's that old band? God damn it. It's kind of crazy because he's just like a band dude from a famous popular band, rock band, I think. Third Eye Blind or Three Doors Down or one of those bands. And he now heads his own, like, UFO research organization. Anyways, long story short, this guy was a very important guy. The day that they announced that they were going to basically drop the supposed UFO papers or whatever that President Trump said he was going to make unclassified is the day he went missing, okay? People think he went out for a hike, even though he left his glasses, phone, wallet. Only thing he took with them was a .38 caliber handgun, the holster to his handgun, and that was it. This guy, although they gave him a silver alert because he's 68 years old, according to his wife, does not have dementia, had just done a 70-mile bike ride the week before, so he was still very healthy, especially at his age. So it's fucking crazy, bro. They've got the FBI involved now. They've got, because we got an Air Force base in Albuquerque where he was kidnapped from. That's now involved there. What's the Air Force? It's not CSI, but they've got their own criminal investigative unit. You know what I mean? I think CSI is the Navy's, you know, like the show CSI. But anyways, they're involved. But here's the kicker. The FBI never gets involved in kidnapping cases, okay? So a lot of people think the reason these government agencies are involved now is because of the information that this guy holds. And a lot of people think that he didn't just disappear you know, out in the mountains, because he lives right next to the base of the foothills of the Sandia Mountains, okay? Basically, this guy moved and lived where anybody that wants to be an avid biker, hiker, mountain climber, if you got the money, that's where you move to. That's where you live. You're basically at the foot of some really beautiful mountains, okay? That's where that guy's playground was. They've already looked, they've used drones, everything to look around that area, and they haven't found him. So a lot of people think he got kidnapped, man. That's pretty crazy, dude. We got all sorts of crazy shit going on in New Mexico right now. Anyways. I'm just glad we got fucking mountains here in New Mexico. So I'll tell you what, no offense to my people in Oklahoma, but that is between Oklahoma and some parts of Texas. God, that is some of the boringest stretches of highways I've ever driven. Kind of one of those people that if I don't, at the least I like to see bodies of water, but if I'm not going to be around any bodies of water, I like to see mountains, man. And when I don't see that shit, I start like, it puts me in a weird mood, man. Yeah, I can't do that Canadian weather, bro. Don't get me wrong, you guys got a lot of beautiful fucking territory up there, my God. I love to come visit Canada in the spring, summertime, but no way in hell would I be interested. I'm not even interested in going any parts in my own country that have winters, even close to Canadian winters, you know? Like my friends up north in the Northeast, that's a whole beast to a guy like me. I've never been raised in any type of weather like that, man. I'm a desert rat. I could just imagine every morning having to fucking shovel your fucking driveway. Obviously, I'm a poor guy. I wouldn't be shoveling. I wouldn't be able to afford me some fancy guy to come plow my driveway, you know, every morning. But, god damn, that shit would just drive me nuts. I mean, you basically have, like, to add in a few hours of just prep work to get your day started in the wintertime in those areas. Getting your car ready to go. Fucking plowing out snow. If you have kids or family, you got to get everybody bundled up so nobody gets sick and nice and warm before you send them out the house. Oh, man, the Dulce base. I want to go up there, man. There's a lot of... That's northern New Mexico, man. There's a lot of weird, strange stuff out there. Especially with the drone, man. I would love to fly up on that little mesa top and just see what we can see from the drone. Because I don't think it's... I've never checked to see what the airspace is over that little mesa where they claim that this underground base could be. But from my understanding, I think it's just public land. So unless it's like a wildlife refuge or a national park, usually there wouldn't be the airspace over it wouldn't be restricted. So, but I've always wanted to do. I think we actually maybe this summer, because I want to do a lot of exploration this summer up in northern New Mexico, and because if some of you that have been following me for a bit, you guys know that this year I've shifted a lot of my energy and focus to getting my dog rescue going, okay? And this year I set a goal that by my birthday, which is July 22nd, so basically this summer, I want to have the process started of at least purchasing or leasing, depending on the price of the land, that I'm going to be acquiring for the rescue. So what I'd like to do this spring and early summertime is start traveling my state, especially some of the remote areas. As much as I would like not to be in a remote area, unfortunately, that's kind of the only areas you can still find land that would be cheap enough for me to afford for the amount of land that I want. But I'm going to travel the whole state and check out, a lot of the remote areas just to see what I'm looking for, what I'm looking at. I think New Mexico is a great state for land purchase, especially cheap land, but I'll take any other suggestions. I'm obviously more accustomed to my state, so that's why I like to keep the rescue in my state, but I'm not at all against moving it to another state as long as it's doable. You know what I mean? My parents are watching Rio and Dabe right now, so they're in good hands. Probably better hands than me, because I keep my dogs up a lot at nighttime when they're sleeping with the TV and just walking and rumbling around, because, my dogs love me, so they follow me everywhere. So if I'm not sleeping, they're not sleeping. So I think they enjoy the nights when they get to kind of just rest with the grandparents, Well, it's funny because that's kind of the reason why I want to stay in New Mexico, is because our climate here allows you to build buildings and homes out of adobe, which is what I'm trying to do. It's still a process. You got to learn how to, adobe is still a technique and a learning process, but I would love to have my whole shelter built out of adobe. I mean, it basically whoa, I thought those birds were going to go fucking flying right in front of me. Basically, in the summertime, it acts as a natural way to cool the place down, because it gets hot in the summertime. That's a big thing is, when you got animals, and you're going to be off grid, you got to figure out how to keep them cool in the summertime and warm in the wintertime. And adobe does kind of both, It's a good insulator. And the adobe, I think, would be perfect. It's kind of one of the reasons why I thought, and I think it would be cool just to see a whole rescue. Here's where I'm going with, okay? And as much as I'd like to do it, it's still more of a dream than a reality, because it's easier said than done. But my goal is to create, if not the first, one of the many, or not that many, off-grid rescues. Meaning that we are 100%, if possible, contained. Or I don't know what the exact words, we rely just on solar. Water's going to have to be brought in and stored, or if I'm lucky enough to be by some type of source of water, I can do something with that, or dig a well. Ultimately, if I could find a piece of land by a river, a creek, I could use hydro power, I want to be able to farm my own food, raise my own poultry, make my own dog food, which is going to save money. And obviously, the way dog food's made now, it's going to be a lot healthier for the dogs and cats and animals. And I think it'd be a good way of raising money is to have a farm, a working farm that we could, on the weekends be open and have our own kind of farmer's market where people come and, can shop for produce, organic local produce, but at the same time, hopefully, rescue and adopt a dog while they're there, or vice versa. Come to look at the cats and dogs to rescue and help fund the rescue by purchasing some organic products to take home with them as well, And I need a lot of funding, a lot of state funding, and that's why I want to get this land going, because before you can start asking the state for funding, you got to show them that you're serious about what you're doing. And I don't think it gets any more serious than saying, hey, I got 10 to 20 acres of land. It's all fenced. I've got my well. I've got my source of electricity. And here's my, basically I call it I forgot the exact name for it, but, your building plan. What you're asking money for, you know what I mean? There's a word for it that they use, an exact word, but yeah, you know, you're not going to get any funding just saying, yeah, man, I want to start a rescue someday, man. You guys want to loan me $200,000? Now, in some states, they may. Hell, in New Mexico, you might get away with that, but I'm not trying to scam my state. I'm trying to do something good for my community. All right, okay, this is important here. If I take the wrong fucking exit, we're fucked, and I think we did. Oh, shit. Well, hopefully I'm not going to waste too much time here. Hold on. Yeah, I got to take this exit coming up here right now. Exit 81. Oh, shit. What am I doing? Okay, yeah. This is it. Sorry. I'm glad I checked. No, we're good still. If we would have missed that, that would have sucked. So we checked right at the perfect timing. I'll actually put it on voice so I can hear this person. All right. Yeah, no, we're still showing the right time that I was originally set for, so we didn't lose any time.
Turn left to stay on I-10 Business Loop East, West Pine Street.
Okay. I think I go this way. God, I hate that sun. All right, let me just make sure this is taking me to the right place. Oh yeah, no, it's going the right place, yeah. I've been to this town once, and it was to repo a car. I used to work for my best friend's, well, it was his family's dealership. Now it's his dealership. He took it over. But we had to repo a car that was all the way out here. And literally just, that house was like a stone's throw away from the fucking border. Which we were afraid that it was going to be on the Mexican side because navigation wasn't that great back in those days. We were using a fancy Garmin GPS, one of those ones that they were pretty expensive back in those days. And we didn't know, by where it was showing us if we were on the Mexican side or the U.S. side. And thankfully it was the U.S. side. And we were able to get it, man. It was fucking a hairy-ass fucking repo. Because I wasn't working as a repo, man. I was just helping my best friend, you know what I mean? His dad's the one that sent them, and he's like, hey, man, it's a pretty shady place. You want to come with me? And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I'll go with you. And shady as fuck it was, bro. Because like I said, I've never done anything like that. I've never repoed a car, so we just try to do it as close to, I guess, as what a repo person would do. Snuck up to the truck, checked the VIN. We had a spare key and got in that bitch, Hope that it started, but had the battery charger ready in case it wasn't going to start. And then, good luck sitting there trying to charge a dead truck and hoping nobody comes out. But luckily it started right up, and vamonos, we got the fuck out of there. I wasn't the one driving off in it. That was my friend. I told him, I'll drive the company truck, but I ain't driving the fucking repo truck, that's for sure. Well, I heard the closer you live to a mountain, the more you pay for a well, because I think they got to tap the well deeper, I think is what I've heard. I don't know. Everybody like to live next to a mountain, but, if it means paying more money for a well, I got to be mindful of expenses first. Because the priority is the care of the animals, not having a scenic view. But yeah, man, I would love to be able to my dream property would be on, property that's got a view of a mountain of some sort, some type of running water on the property, whether it be a creek or, oh God, a river would be so fucking cool. But that gets expensive because now you're talking water rights and shit like that. But, okay, I'm going the right way. Yeah, you're going to start seeing, it's going to start looking like mini Mexico here in a bit, my friends. We're still in New Mexico, don't worry. You see the U.S. flag? I know, man. See, I was thinking about that cruel device because I was like, Pigs, I can't do, because although I like bacon and shit and pork, I think once having pet pigs, farm pigs, I don't think I could kill them. The chickens, I'm not a big fan of chicken. But obviously, that's one of the cheapest and easiest forms of meat to raise, right? Chickens, you know, they produce eggs, they produce meat, they reproduce amongst each other. You know what I mean? So I'm going to have to get used to slaughtering and butchering chickens. But I can't do it with, like, even a cattle, man. I don't think I could do it with any cattle on my property. Now, don't get me wrong. I ain't got no problem eating motherfuckers. But actually doing it myself to something that I named and kind of cared for. Yeah. Oh, I know, Nick Braun. It ain't my first rodeo. Remember, I might seem like a little city boy, but I'm an Eagle Scout, man. I've spent probably most of my life, if not all of it, playing in the mountains. Now, obviously, surviving in the mountains is a different story, you know. Because when we go play, we bring all our resources. But actually having to, you know, straight up survive off of what you can trap, what you can pick, you know, not having a always, resourceful source of water. Yeah, oh, it can get very, very, very dangerous. And a lot of people can't do that, man. They can't live that way. It's basically, and I'm not even saying that I can, but definitely one of those things that sounds a lot easier to do than it really is. Shit, I was watching, that's TV, mind you, okay? So Lord knows what they fake on that, but I've watched those people up in Alaska, I forgot the show, you know, that just basically, that's got to be the most survivalist shit I've ever seen, you know? Not only are you living off-grid, but you're living off-grid in the most brutal fucking climate in the one of the most brutal climates in the world, you know what I mean? So imagine living off-grid where, like, basically if you don't get your meat and all your shit you need to stay warm for the winter season, you die. You know what I mean? Because the only way you get in and out of where you're at is by a plane. And if you ain't got one, you got to hope somebody's willing to come and drop your shit off to you or come check on you. I give props to those people, man. I could never do that, bro. That 100%, those people that do that, you not only have to be born into that shit, you are fucking bred for that shit, okay? Those people are like second, third generation fucking off-grid, living in that shit. Their fucking body is built for that shit. You know what I mean? Holy fuck. My little ass body out. Oh, God. I don't even have to go off-grid in Alaska. I bet you I step off a cruise ship in Alaska, I'm probably going to be fucking like a little bitch, you know? Yeah, and those bush pilots, bro. Those guys are... pilots as it is. My cousin's a pilot for an airline pilot, and I know how much that guy's had to go through for training and everything. Those bush pilots are another beast, bro. Those guys are badass, I'll tell you that. All right, so we're about 29 miles away from this biatch. So I think we just follow this road. We're just heading south, man. If I had a fucking compass in front of you, it just reads south, baby. We're going to Mexico, boys! Not only tougher, everything's more expensive. They basically force you to become an off-grid fucking homesteader. Because if you ain't hunting for your own meat, woo! Probably afford a steak once a year if you're lucky. I don't even know if you can even raise like cows there because it gets so cold. So I don't know if the dairy has to be like shipped or flown over, how that even works. If you have to drink like goat's milk, or I don't know what the fuck. Somebody's watched Super Troopers. Hell yeah. Classic fucking movie, bro. God, I wish they would bring comedies like that back, man. Remember all those, the American Pie days, the fucking Super Trooper days, the Scary Movie 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 days. Man, they sure don't do comedies like that anymore. Night in the Roxbury days. Oh, get the fuck out of here. God. They have cows in Alaska? Okay. Well, I figured cows are pretty resilient motherfuckers, man. But, I mean, they're still, I think, could probably freeze to death at some point. Oh, yeah. No. That's why they've got, that's right, cows in fucking places where it's cold. They're special type of cows. That's why you see, like, buffaloes and bison. They got long hair. Go figure, they got a Dollar General. Probably the last goddamn fucking corporate store you're gonna see between here and Mexico. And it's gotta be a fucking Dollar General. God damn. I'll tell you what, if I had the money to invest, it'd be in Dollar General, that's for sure, because through all my driving the last 4 years I've done in the United States, which has probably been the most in my whole just career of living life, it never seems to, God, how's that saying go? It never seems to, basically trying to say, I always see a goddamn Family Dollar or whatever those places are, Dollar General, no matter where I go. I could be in the goddamn population 2 people, and there's a fucking Dollar General or Family Dollar, whatever the fuck they're called. Bro, Cruel Device, have you seen, so the way I watched it was through like a video on YouTube of a guy that was actually at this museum, but they got a museum somewhere in Vietnam, you know, it's like one of these Vietnam War museums where they show you straight up, like, not like just some fucking little shitty ass fucking exhibit, like straight up real ass, human traps that the Viet Cong used to use, bro. Dude, those things are sick as fuck, man. It's crazy the ingenuity that those little fuckers put in into basically having a U.S. soldier fall into a hole and get killed or maimed. But, dude, they got some fucking nasty-ass traps, dude. They show you, like, 4 of them, you know? And they're real, man. The guy shows you how they work, you know? No joke. You fall in that shit, you're gonna get fucking hurt type of shit. That's how real they are. But, man, that shit was crazy to see. So it just reminded me of what you're talking about. Be fucked up if people started doing that. I'd hate to fall in one of those goddamn things, bro. Get a nice fucking 2-foot spike up your, you know what? No, thank you. Alright, what's the fucking speed limit here? So I don't get I definitely know there's probably some fucking county sheriff just out here waiting to ruin somebody's morning going out to this festival today. 55, alright, there we go. I'm sure anything living out in Alaska's probably got to have some type of, like, fur on it. You know what I mean? Things adapt. It may take hundreds of years, but animals and microorganisms, they adapt to shit, man. Speaking of horses, like where we're going to watch this horse parade, there's this island, I forgot where it's near, but it's basic, I mean, it's like 20 miles long, but it's at its widest point a half a mile. It's like a fucking sandbar, basically. But it's at some point, hundreds of years ago, somebody brought over horses, okay? They think somebody said a story that, like, there was a shipwreck and the horses swam onto the island or sandbar. I could believe that, but I think by facts, they factually have verified that the way the horses got on this little island or sandbar was because they were brought there, you know, by people that colonized the island, and then they left. They just left, and they left the horses there. But anyways, through those horses being there for 300 years now, they've basically have bred themselves into their own type of breed of horse. So because of like the climate, they grow like longer hair than what they traditionally were supposed to be. And then they shed it all off in the summertime. And what I thought was really interesting, because it's hard to find fresh water on this little island, and that's what horses drink. They need water like us. They've learned to dig with their muzzles or, their snouts, holes. So they've learned to dig holes in the sand to dig for the fresh water, which most horses wouldn't do. So there's an example right there of these horses that basically, because of living on this little island for 300 years and not having access to fresh water, and it being a lot colder than they're originally from, adapted to living like that. So that's where I go with those people from Alaska, bro. I think those people they're humans, but they're their own breed of humans, bro. Alaskians. Y'all some tough motherfuckers. Now, I don't know what happened to the Canadians, because y'all some pussy-ass motherfuckers, and I think you're in the same type of, environment, right? So, that I need some type of answer from, because that makes no sense to me. Nah, I'm just kidding. I love all my Canadian friends. Friends is the key word. I don't like all Canadians, but my friends from Canada I do like. That's why I didn't bring Rio with me. I'm really bummed out, because he would be fine on the rest of the trip. It's just this, well, actually I take that back, because at the rock show, I mean, he's a good dog, but I don't know how some of the vendors would be comfortable with me having him, around their tables, because they might think, oh, if this dog starts pulling, he's going to knock over the table. And, some of these vendors got some pretty expensive shit, at these rock shows. So I think he would have been fine, but the main reason was for the event we're going to this morning is, although I think he would have been fine around the horses, I don't know how they would do around him. And the last thing I want to do is stress out a bunch of horses, especially with people riding them, right? We just have a drinking problem, no night or day. Oh, that is some crazy shit in Alaska, man. That's the one thing I can't do, bro. They're already limited on sun, which I love the sun, okay? I hate when it's dark and cold, hence why I'm not a fan of the wintertime. But then, to even push it more, y'all have that time of the month or year where I think it's, a whole month, if I'm not mistaken? They even did a horror movie off of that, based off of that shit, where you guys have no sun, period. And that's exactly why a lot of people become alcoholics. It makes you feel depressed. When it feels like it's nighttime all the time, you're going to probably want to drink more. I know when I was a big drinker, I just drank at night. I didn't ever have any real reason or even the urge to want to drink during the day. Plus, I was always working. I'm busy, But, man, come nighttime, oh, man, nothing beats sitting outside looking at the stars, hanging with the dogs, and getting lit up. You know what I mean? But, and then, you get too lit up there in Canada or in Alaska, and you pass out on the side of the road in that snow, you're a fucking popsicle, bro. You're done skis. That's why I think a lot of people die from alcohol in those type of areas. It's not from the actual alcohol poisoning. It's because they die. They get too drunk and they pass out in the cold. That'd be my reckoning. All right, are we still going the right way? Want to make sure I didn't take some fucking farm road into Mexico, because you could easily do that here. I'm not even kidding you. This desert here you see in front of you, there are dead bodies all around here. And those are, unfortunately, like I said, from a lot of the illegal immigrants that try to walk and cross over, that they do it in the middle of the summertime. I mean, honestly, this is probably the peak time of the year that you're going to see a lot of your illegal crossings in this area, just because of the weather. It's not too cold at night, and it's not ultimately too hot during the day. You know what I mean? But the thing is even though the weather might be okay, you still need water. And a lot of people don't realize that, and there's no sources of water here. The only thing, if you're lucky enough, is they have some of these nonprofits that go around and they'll drop off just like these big old, just packs of water bottles, or they have like these water, they call them like water collection points, where they'll have like more of like a permanent type of water stand, and they'll go out there like once a week and refill the water, you know what I mean? Because water can go bad. You can't leave water out too long in certain plastics and in heat, believe it or not. You know, even that water you store for emergency purposes has an expiration date. But yeah, man, a lot of people die out here from the climate, and if the climate don't get to you, the dehydration part will. And the sad thing is a lot of people will, even though, you know, you can sit there and say, well, it's their choice, you know, they should do it legally. And I'm all for that. The sad thing is they bring a lot of their children, and it's, you know, when you're a child, you really don't have a choice, right? So it's sad to see these people when you see them die and they have a child that dies right next to them, because realistically, maybe that kid didn't even want to come over and, you know, had no choice, and, you know, they just become part of the statistics. I will. Thank you, Nick Braun. Hopefully it looks like the data's still good. Surprisingly, Verizon looked like it had a pretty decent connection down here. We're getting really close. We're about 17 minutes away. All right. So let me plug in the actual event itself, so that way I don't think this, I'm pretty sure this town's so small that I don't think we're going to get lost, but just in case, let's type in the actual event. So, and I'll get you the name of it. I can't say it. It's called the Cabalgata Fiesta de Amistad. Damn, that's a lot of shit to say in a language that I'm okay at, but there are words that I don't pronounce a whole lot, and that's one of them. All right. So I think this is going to be at the state park down there. All right, I'll just plug in this fucking address right here. This is where it's telling me to go. Going to like Mexico, you know what I mean? I'm sure they have a turnaround point.
Continue for 15 miles.
Just in case you're a dumb gringo and you get in the wrong lane to go to Mexico. I've done that once when I was in doing the El Paso Juarez. I went to the wrong bridge. I wasn't even trying to go to Mexico. I just turned the wrong exit. Next thing I know, you're on a bridge and it's one way, baby. And I just went in, and then I just went to Mexico. I said, fuck it, hang out, and then just went out the other bridge. I didn't even ask to turn around. I was like, well, I'm already here, fuck it. Went in Mexico. Oh man, that sucks. I cut my thumb, my right thumb, to the point where I can't bend it. I severed a tendon. So I can't bend my right thumb, which sucks because, you know, I'm not an avid mountain climber, but I would say I do enjoy doing it every once in a while. And, you know, you can always overcome things, but being that it's my right hand, it made pinch in a lot of those, especially in indoor climbing, it does make pinch in a lot of those smaller grips or rocks, stones, whatever you want to call them, a lot harder, that's for sure. The donkey show in about 14 minutos. Call it 15. 15 minutes we're showing we should be there. What you know about a donkey show? Cornwall! Do I really want to go to Cornwall? I mean, if I'm going to go to Canada, for like technically, like I've been there once, but it was a border town. I was young. They were having some fucking like national holiday. Everything was closed, so it sucked. We went across, nothing was open, walked down like the main street, and then headed right back out. So I wouldn't even call that a real experience. So technically, if I'm going to call this my first time in Canada, do I really want to go to Cornwall? That's all I'm saying. Maybe it's a badass, beautiful city. And absolutely I should go visit. But, by the way, I think old homeboy Orlando's court shit might be coming to a resolution here soon. He had a court date early this month, but they didn't update what happened. Whether he has another court date or they've disposed the case. But last time I checked at the beginning of this month, he still had an active case. He had 3 of them. Now it's just showing 1. And his next hearing was at the beginning, early this month. And so I should go on there and check to see. I did go on there a few days after to check, and it didn't show any update. But maybe by now it's been updated with something. But that'd be the only reason, was just to provide you with actual live coverage, if they even allow that in Canada, in their courts. Maybe go visit the unofficial mayor of Cornwall. What's his name? Those are not the Superstition Mountains. I don't know what the names of those are, but I will ask. I will figure it out. Damn, bro, I already feel like I'm going to like some fucking place where I'm not going to come back from right now. Everybody's passing me, bro! That shit's going to Mexico! Alright, Cruel Device, well, thank you. I'd go to Cornwall to visit you. I like all my online friends. That I'm always down to go visit people. Especially people that I hang out with on the channel, man. I've always had a great time meeting people. I've had nothing but great time hanging out with everybody from the channel. Back in Cali, everybody that I met from the channel was so fucking cool. Midwest tour, everybody fun of the channel was fucking awesome. Hung out with both my mods. Alright, we're getting close. Yeah, I told you, this ain't no Juarez or Tijuana, baby. Kind of scary to know we got this much open border, man, huh? This is just New Mexico, one part of New Mexico. This is this ain't even the boot heel part of New Mexico. We have if you ever seen our state, it's got what's called the boot heel, which is your southwest corner of the state. That's like fucking, bro, I don't even think that place is fucking hairy, bro. That's some straight up like cartel shit goes down there. I shouldn't be yelling that out too much while I'm over here. Let's refrain from the word cartel. Alright, hopefully my data's still good. You guys let me know in the chat if we start buffering. I mean, if we do, I don't think I'm going to have any other choice to do anything. But I'll try. Ugh, that's no bueno, roofer. What the fuck is this? Another checkpoint of some sort? Look at this little yippee dippy. Are we in Mexico? Don't tell me I'm in Mexico now. I don't know. That was a border patrol station. So does that mean I'm in Mexico now? So I thought this town was supposed to be on the United States side of the country. I'm just following the goddamn fucking navigation, ladies and gentlemen. Said I've never been to this event. But I don't know, that wouldn't seem like a main border crossing. I would think it'd be more of a bigger building. That seems more of like just a temporary station. Well, I guess we'll find out here in about 10 minutes. Oh, shit, man. Well, I guess if we're in Mexico, let's party! No, I'm just kidding. ¿Dónde están los drogas? Los unos que están muy bienos. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. I don't think that was the actual main checkpoint. Usually they have one on the Mexican side. They may not stop you, but they still have some type of, control and entry point on even the Mexican side. So I don't think the Mexicans would let me just drive right in like that without having some type of checkpoint. So I think we're good. I think we're still in the USA. Wouldn't be my first time driving in Mexico. Wouldn't bother me one bit, except my insurance doesn't cover me in Mexico, I don't think. So I'd just be afraid of getting hit. And, and obviously my insurance ain't going to cover it. Gotcha. But there's a little closer view of the mountains to the right of this. Probably be where I'd be trying to cross through if I was an illegal immigrant, right? Some sort of area where you can hide under the cover of the mountains. Planes can't fly as low to the ground. Harder to get vehicles in and out of those areas. I don't know, man. I've never crossed the border illegally, so I'm just guessing if I had to is what I would probably do. Sorry, it's a little bumpy of a road, but we're almost there. I was trying to fix my, I got you guys on my little rear view mirror phone holder. Oh man, I didn't even check my gas, dude. Fuck. Alright, at least I got enough to get back to where I did pass some gas. So I don't even know if they have gas in this area. God, I'm an idiot, man. I think last time we came out to this area, the same thing happened. Remember when I came out to the rock show and we were doing that field trip? And I had just enough gas to get me to, literally to the field trip area and back. And I was literally screaming the whole way there, I almost did that right now, broskies. Well, even with a Hertz rental, you got to make sure, especially with a rental, how your insurance works. When we used to go to Puerto a lot, and I used to drive down there in my own personal vehicles, we would just buy them at these little roadside insurance places at the gas station right before you cross, which I don't even know how if those were just scams. I mean, for the most part, I think they were legit. But you would just buy your own separate coverage. Basically, you could buy a daily, weekly, monthly. Well, I ain't from here, so I'm doing the old speed limito, because I ain't about to try to get I didn't bring too much cash on me if I have to, throw a little bribe. Hey, there's a bunch of suitcases in that guy's ride. What's up with the suitcases in people's vehicles? What do you think? Why were you saying? You think there's dead bodies in there? Nah. Whoa! Yeah, I'm not going to adjust this. I'll mess with it. We're almost there. You guys are just going to have to watch a little crookie, though. Oh, I see a building. That's kind of good. God damn, bro. It's so isolated out here. You're on your own if you're a rancher out here and you come up to some banditos, man. American currency is still all right. I know they probably prefer some gold, but I think the old Dollarero still holds its value a bit. Okay, leaky suitcases. Gotcha. Alright, let me make sure I'm charging stuff up. Yeah, okay. Phone's charged up. Good. For time's sake, I'm just gonna put you guys on a regular fucking selfie stick, so I apologize. Maybe I'll put you on the gimbal. I just hate with the gimbal, I have to be concerned about the battery power on that too. So it's like being concerned about, instead of one battery, 2 batteries. But if we're not going to be out here too long, then I should have enough battery on the gimbal. We'll see when we get there. Oh, I'm sure there's probably some cheap property out here, and I wouldn't mind looking out here. The thing is it's dependent on the county and their rules and restrictions. Because when you're doing a off-grid house, some counties don't even allow that type of shit. You know what I mean? For fire and safety purposes, right? You know, you have to have a reliable water source in case of a fire. Things like that. So some counties, hey, off-grid is all you want, which we have some in New Mexico. As a matter of fact, what is it? I think not Valencia. I think it's Socorro County, actually, where I am interested in possibly buying land at for the rescue, because it's between 2 of our biggest cities. It's kind of smack in the middle of the state, which I like being. Near Albuquerque, it's an hour drive from Albuquerque, which is our biggest airport, biggest city. But anyways, that's a county where you find a lot of off-grid homes because they don't have a lot of those restrictions, versus there are some counties which, you know, you could even, believe it or not, see like a rural area like this and think, oh, this county's got to be off-grid too, and surprisingly, they may not allow that. So that's the one thing is yeah, there is a lot of rural land still here in New Mexico, and hopefully for the most part it'll be cheap. Look at all these semis. Wonder if they're running or if that's like a semi junkyard. But I think, and yeah, the land's going to be a lot cheaper in areas like this, but it's, you know, I'm still hesitant depending on the county though. All right, so I think we're getting close. I'm not going to fuck around with that thing anymore because, yeah, we got to take a left here soon. 1.1 miles. Hopefully this is taking me to like the park. Okay, the state park's gonna be kind of right in front. Okay, yeah. We're here. We're getting there. I see where this state park's at, and I think that's where they're doing some of the activities. You got to remember, bro, this is like a small community, man. They don't need much to be entertaining here. 35. All right, let's start reducing. This is where they always get you when you start coming into the town, because they start going from like 55 to 35, then to 25.
In half a mile, turn left into the parking lot.
All right. Just kind of quiet for right now, boy. Hopefully I'm not here on the wrong day. I know I'm here on the right day. Okay, so we're going to be making a left here soon. Fucking Dollar General, son of a bitch. I told you. All right, I see some vehicles over here. I see a little water tower, which I think is part of the state park. So I did look at some pictures. I mean, hopefully I didn't miss the horses, because I wanted to see that. That was going to be kind of cool. All right, so where do I turn left? Left here soon. I'm seeing a bunch of cars.
Turn left into the parking lot. Then your destination will be on the left.
All right, I think it's here because I see a lot of cars here.
Go past West Broadway Avenue and turn left onto Lima Road.
We'll turn right in here and see what this is about.
Turn left onto Lima Road. Then you'll take your first left onto Taft Street.
There's electrical parking. Okay, this looks like parking here. Well, we'll just get down and we'll start walking around. That's what we do.
Destination is on the right.
That's what we do here in Courts. Hey, good. I'm glad. That's amazing. I see. That's what I mean. I'm not lying. I did check to see the coverage map, and it showed that we were going to have coverage here, but I've checked coverage maps before where they said I should have coverage, and I didn't. So, you know what I mean? All right. So, do you guys want to go on the gimbal or not? Kind of rather not, to be honest. Because then I can, like, set this up. Let me just get out of the car for a second, and then we'll figure it out. I need to fucking get some fresh air. Make sure I'm still in the United States. I think I am. I think everything I see still in English. All right, so I'm thinking this thing's going on here. I hope the horses come riding through here. So that's what I wanted to see, was the horses. I'll ask somebody down here. But I think if we keep just going down just a little bit that way, that'll be Mexico, not too far away from here. And this is called Pancho Villa State Park. This is, I think, where that skirmish happened between the U.S. Army and the Pancho Villa's militants. And so now they make it into a state park. But yeah, let's just walk around and we'll figure it out. Pretty nice, though. They got some electric charging stations right there. I wouldn't expect that here. All right, so probably should bring my backpack. So let's load it up. Yeah, we'll bring some stuff. We'll bring the gimbal and all that with us. I'm just gonna set you guys down for a second. Let me pack my pack and just bring everything I need. I mean, we're probably a little early, but the reason I wanted to come early is because that's when I saw that the horse show was starting. What's going on here? Man, I haven't used this thing in such a long time. I don't even know how to adjust this gimbal. Holy shit. Come on, NJ. Not gimbal, my selfie stick. Yeah, you unscrew that. Something's not working, that's why. It's stuck, that's why. I'm like, oh, there we go. Okay. Like, I can't be that much of an idiot. All right, cool. Fix that there. I'll bring my speaker with me. Extended battery. Bring the cords with us. But yeah, we're here, man. Let's get this party started. See what this is all about. But basically, we're gonna be hanging out here. I'm not going home till Monday. We're gonna be hanging out here in the, I guess you would call it the southwest part of New Mexico. We're gonna be going to a cool rock show tomorrow. Tonight, we're gonna be spending the night at a badass camping ground. I haven't been there since I was in Scouts, dude. And I mean, I'll tell you this was probably one of my favorite spots when we go camping in the state, in the whole state. I've camped everywhere in the state. And you'll see why. I don't want to ruin the surprise. And according to the coverage map, as long as it's not lying to us, it looked like we're going to have really good coverage at this campground that we're going to today. Later on this afternoon and tonight, which I was amazed at. I still don't believe it, so hopefully I'm not jinxing myself. But if it is like it's showing, oh man, that'll be great. I think we can have fires there, so we'll have to get some firewood at some point. I forgot to bring that fucking magical powder I bought last time we were gonna go camping. Remember, it was like you throw it on the fire and it makes it turn colors. All right, so this is important stuff there. That's important. got my gimbal with me. Let's get a bag here for everything. I think we're ready to go. Thank you guys for your patience. All right, got my hat. I don't know. They have to have names. Let's see. We'll check it out here in a second. Let me just make sure I got all my... There it is. All right, cool. I think we're ready to go skis, my friend skis. I feel like I got everything. I brought the gimbal just in case we need it, but I'm not going to use it just right now. Technically, we're not even Americans, because you have North America, South America. I mean, my Canadians would be considered Americans too. You know that? Everybody in the whole, anybody that lives in South and North America should be considered an American. If you want to go by the book. I know I'll have a lot of people disagree with me, but technically. All right, so let's walk around a bit. I think this is where they're gonna have the fiesta. But I want to go see, I think across the street they got shit going on. So I kind of just want to get an idea of what they have for activities, where we go. I want to check out the horses. I mean, that was kind of the reason. Hey, there's our homeboy that was in front of us with all the shit in his truck. Look how fucking way down that is, dude. Guy's gonna go flying here soon if he catches a little wind in the front end of his vehicle. But yeah, see, they've got signs. But yeah, let's see if they've got a area here, main event center. We'll see where all this starts and goes down at. They got one of them bad boys. I did that at the Chili Festival a couple of seasons ago. I brought you guys with me live. All right. So I think I see some buildings here. I see some stuff out here. Let me see if I can see an information tent. Ooh, look at all the fresh. They're making all the agua frescas. I'm definitely going to get me some food while we're here because I'm hungry. I didn't have breakfast. And I know they're going to have some good stuff. All right. So it looks like they have vendors and stuff all around here. I know they have like a dance later on at night. We're not staying for that. But, okay, here's the sheriff's. Okay, so this must be some important stuff here. Hopefully I'm here early. Let me ask these ladies. They probably know a little bit. Let me ask them. Oh, and they got freebies. Oh my God, they got a lot of them. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I was wondering if you knew a little bit about this event or where it starts. And I know they had like a parade, and I don't know if it comes through here.
I don't know, Miss. You were invited, so
There's
we really
somebody
don't.
that I don't see the coordinator.
Or if there's an information tent anywhere near.
I have the phone number of the lady who.
I think I have it. I can call
Okay.
from there. Okay, I'll just figure it out. I'll just walk around. I
I'm
just didn't know if
sorry.
anybody knew or anything. So I
I
saw
mean, I
you
know
guys,
it-
so I was just gonna ask here first. You guys
How
have a lot of
did you
stuff.
send me the
Jesus.
logo?
Yeah, that's
same.
cool.
Well, the Department of Health has a lot of programs with
Yeah.
our agency. We have infectious disease, children's medical
So you have
services,
the gun locks.
overdose prevention, healthy
sorts of stuff.
communities, a health promotion, just a lot of different things that we support.
morning.
Cool.
Good morning.
And this is Luna County that we're in
Yes.
right now.
Luna
Cool.
County,
I'm from Doñana, so we came
Yeah,
up
we're
here
from
to check it.
Doñana
Okay,
too,
cool.
but Mrs. Stephanie works in
cool.
Luna County.
Nice.
Our Southwest region covers 8 counties.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah, you guys stay busy.
Our mobile unit, we have a mobile clinic.
Oh,
where
interesting.
We do testing for HIV and syphilis rapid. And we're on process to hire a clinician and a medical assistant so we can also treat
Oh, cool.
at the same time.
I had to go down to the public health building in Las Cruces because I got stabbed last year.
Oh, my goodness.
And so they did my testing for HIV and all that stuff
Yes.
because I mean, I didn't, the person that stabbed me didn't have any blood losing, but I just still want to take a precaution. You know what I mean?
Yes,
so,
yes. And all
oh
our
my
testing
gosh.
services are at no cost.
Yeah, no, that was great to have that service. It was easy and painless. And
Yeah.
I mean, they had to take some blood, but it wasn't bad.
Wasn't bad.
No, not at all. What is this for?
These are for, so we provide per state law, we provide a clean syringe to anyone. That
Oh,
needs it
so
for
this
any
is to
reason.
dip the
And
syringes
this is,
in?
No, this is actually works. So whatever reason you need a syringe. So we have a little tie, and this is part of the harm reduction is avoiding abscesses or infections that are going to take someone to the medical facility, and then they're going to be there with, say, MRSA or
Right.
an abscess that can actually potentially and has in the past killed them. So we want to get them clean works every single time. And this is kind of contradictory in our community.
Sure.
They don't understand the concept
Sure.
of harm reduction. So what they do is they cook their substance
Okay.
first, so they don't inject any impurities into
Ah,
their
okay.
blood. And this is where they cook it. So they tie it like this so they don't burn their hands. And you have
Ooh.
a lighter under here cooking your substance.
I didn't even think you would
Yeah.
even. That's
And they're just regular Coke containers, Pepsi bottle containers,
Uh-huh.
whatever. And then you draw your substance from here where it's pure. So I know that
so they'll
sounds-
use like the plastic containers too, the top of the Coke
they
bottle.
can use that.
Wow, and get some
But-
microplastics
yeah,
in
exactly.
and stuff.
Well, they use this. This
Okay.
is why we provide this, but this is how that works. And the whole concept is the purer you're injecting, the less prone to infection you're going to be.
Makes sense.
So it's kind of a harm reduction method.
Sure,
Of
sure.
avoiding an infection
Sure.
and avoiding the exorbitant cost of
Sure.
being in the ICU for however long.
Right,
you're gonna have
right,
to be
yeah.
there.
Well, and that saves
So, yeah,
taxpayers money,
exactly.
and then at
Exactly.
the end of the day, it may save a life. So
Absolutely.
that's
You
great.
Think of it that way.
Yeah, no, I can see
Yes.
it being controversial and not. I'm a journalist, so I try to
Yeah.
show both sides to
Yes.
everything. You know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
no, that's great. And you
And
guys have
so-
the these are for your needles
These
right
are
here,
for-
receptacles.
You put it in here to keep them off the streets. We also collect them at all our sites. This is part of the outreach we do. We collect
Oh, cool.
all these things and try to get them off the streets so that they know this is a service. This is where you can bring your
Love that.
stuff. This is where you can take, and this is to cut your substance. This is also another way. When you're cooking your substance,
Mm-hmm.
you can take a little piece of this, or you can take a piece of a cotton and draw through that.
Oh, so it acts like a
Further
filter or something.
filtering
Okay.
your impurities.
Wow.
Exactly. And then there's been a lot of in about a month, 2 weeks actually, we had about 7 overdoses in our county.
Oh, wow.
From fentanyl. From
That led to a
very-
death?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Not everyone, but some.
Sure.
Some did pass. So this is a fentanyl. It tests for other things that might be put in fentanyl.
Oh, okay.
And we actually have a person in our facility, and this is very controversial, but it's, if you're thinking in terms of harm reduction, this is exemplary service for the community,
Sure.
right? We're saving thousands and millions of dollars in medical costs. So you take a little bit of whatever substance you have, and we run it through a machine. I mean, people are like, literally, I can walk in with my stuff and not get arrested? Yes, because your life matters
Sure,
to us.
sure.
So we're going to clean it, we're going to make sure, and we're going to tell you if it's tainted or if it's pure.
Okay.
You do with it what you want after that.
So you're just testing the
We're
substance.
testing the
I see.
substance for
I see.
purities,
Or they
impurities.
could use this
Exactly.
as a
Or they
portable
could
way
use this
to
as a
test it.
portable
I
way.
see. I see.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
interesting. I didn't know. I've heard of these, but I didn't know that
Yeah.
you actually provided that at the facility
Yeah,
for
we
somebody to
provide
walk
that
in and
service
have that.
too. We have an
Interesting.
amazing individual. His name is Phil Flutie that does that.
Sure. I imagine
So,
you
the
got to be
machine
somebody
and
that's
everything is trained.
got a lot of patience and know what you're doing.
Yes, and then this is Narcan for overdose reduction. It reverses an opioid overdose. Everyone should carry it in their person, whether I was in Ruidoso, and I was at their music festival, and I came out of my hotel room, and we're walking, and someone's there on the floor.
Yeah, I
I
see
said,
it a
well, I
lot
have
now on the
Narcan.
streets.
I'm going to see if it's an opiate. It sure was. It brought the person back.
Oh, wow.
So this reverses an opioid overdose. Not just individuals that are using, but think in the terms, in broader terms of like your grandmother who takes pain
sure,
medication,
yeah.
who forgets the last time she took it, takes another dose, and takes another,
Right.
and now all of a sudden something
Sure, yeah.
happens.
Anybody
because
that-
they forget,
Yeah, I
People
can
that
see
take
that.
pain
Yeah,
meds.
no, I think a lot of
So
people
this
don't
is
realize
why-
that.
Why you have Narcan? Everybody should carry Narcan. Our police.
Do you have to be
officers.
trained to carry this, or do you I could just take one of these right now?
It's
Or
so simple. You could take one of these right now.
Oh, okay.
It's very simple. It's as easy as administering a nasal spray.
Okay.
Like using
okay,
you just push it into the nostril.
okay.
Okay. If it's and there's 2 doses.
Looks
you
like
wait.
those sinus things.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you wait a couple of minutes. If it
At Super Roofer, 31.30 cent, $2 on.
If it doesn't,
Just help
if they
people
don't come
get
back,
high.
you're able to administer the second dose. And if they don't come back, it wasn't an opioid, and it doesn't hurt them.
Now, I had just somebody right now donate because I'm live right now, and they're probably one of the people that are on the other side of the fence saying that right now they said that they feel that this is just stuff to get people helping our community get high. What do you see, or what is your response to somebody that would say that, or do you also, I would imagine on the other side, you also offer programs for people that want to get off the substances.
Yes,
Is that correct?
We have a community wellness program, Suboxone, methadone programs in our community. Our goal is not to get anybody or help them get high, but if they're using, our goal is to get them to use in a way that's less dangerous to them and saves money in our community, and also using the presumption of harm reduction. Always about harm reduction. Reduce your risks, reduce your use, to eventually you go into recovery. Everybody's ready to go into recovery when they're ready to go.
Right.
We don't push it, but on the bottom of it, we do talk about it quite a bit. So-
Well, I can see it on both sides, but like what I would probably see a big benefit to somebody that may not see it like that way would be just the taxes, like you said.
Exactly.
Ultimately, if the people are going to choose to do it, and
They're
you're
gonna choose
making
to
it
do it,
safer
yeah.
for them rather than them now having to come into a facility where it's going to cost more to the taxpayers because,
Yes.
of course, they don't have insurance, or if they do, it's funded from the taxpayers, I would
Exactly.
imagine. So that would be kind of one benefit I would see to somebody that may see it as, hey, this is just like handing it out. But,
Yeah, and let's
you know,
think outside of substance users or substance use. Our services are available to individuals with diabetic, allergies, anybody in the community that needs a syringe for whatever purpose. It's not just substance
Gambling?
use.
somebody that's addicted to gambling or?
We have resources
Okay.
through the state of New Mexico, not through
The
Department of
health,
but through the
other
state
resources.
Of New Mexico.
Okay.
There is some
Yeah,
services for gambling.
You see that a lot on the internet now with these
Yes.
online
Oh,
gambling.
yes.
So I think it's going to be a big epidemic soon
Yes,
with our
it
youth.
is going to be a big epidemic. It's so easy to get on your phone and bet on a game.
Oh, and I
It
think
really
even
is.
being on a phone for a long time could be
Yeah.
even considered an addiction. So
Yes, exactly.
I guess it's the way you see it. Well, thank you for sharing all that information.
My name is Merced Haas.
Emilio
I'm the
Villani.
supervisor for the Southwest region.
I'm
Nice
with
to meet you.
NJCourts TV.
Okay.
So you can always catch all my live streams on just looking up NJCourts TV on YouTube. So if you want to see what I did today or
Wonderful.
catch my stream from this morning, that's where you can find that.
This is part of my team. This is Terry.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Terry
meet you.
Emilio Villani. Nice to meet you.
Anna.
Anna Emilio.
She's
Nice
our
to meet
advanced
you.
lead, and this is Estefania. She's with Health
Hi,
Promotion.
Emilio. Nice to meet y'all. Well, no, it's great. Thank you for all being here and what you do. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
well, I'm going to do a little bit of browsing around, but
You want some Narcan? Come back.
okay, yeah. I definitely, I don't have the room right now because I don't have it in I just used everything in my bag, but I'm just parked over there and I'll probably come and grab a few things.
All right,
So,
wonderful.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you all. All right, so let's continue going over here. Thank you, Roofer, for that donation, and they heard it. Just in case they didn't, I want to reiterate it, so that's why I asked them the question. So I can see it on both ways. Okay, I think I'm going to go in here. I do see it as a program that I think does help. You know, it's kind of controversial, but in a way, as far as, hey, if a user is going to use, and this is going to keep us from having to spend a lot more money on taking care of them once they use, I don't see anything wrong with that, you know. At the end of the day, if it's about saving taxpayers' money, and it will help and, you know, may help save somebody's life because they used a clean needle versus a dirty, I'm for it. Now, when they come to the point where they're handing out actual drugs, like they kind of do in a way, and I'm not going to get into that, but I do know in other countries, I think in Amsterdam, they even go as far as they have places where you can legally get some of these drugs. I'm probably going to be a big no to that, but I don't think this is open. Let's see, it says use other door. Closed Saturday and Sunday. Okay, well, I guess we're on our own to find some information here. Let's see. I mean, there's one main street here, so I would imagine if they're going to come in on horses, they do. But we got some trains going on. They're set up here. I just don't want to miss anything, so I'm going to see if I can find somebody really quick. Well, we don't know. How do you know, though, Roofer? Seriously, at the end of the day, though, you know what I mean? What numbers are real, right? I think the best way is through journalism, people actually speaking to a lot of people that use substances who are out on the streets and ask them personally. Now, let me just tell you this. If we go down, say, a really bad street in Albuquerque, right, and I interview 100 people, and I say, hey, are you aware of the New Mexico health program they have right now where you can go get clean? They say no, or say they say yes, we are aware, and I go, now, have you used any of those, you know, services? Are you utilizing any of that care? And they go, hell no. And I ask 100 of them, then I'm probably going to lean to that side of, yeah, it probably is a waste of taxpayers' money. You know what I mean? But ultimately, how do we really know unless we have the real numbers at hand? Okay. Let me ask. I see some type of building over here. That looks like a restaurant. I don't know. I'm trying to look for something that looks official. That lady kind of looked like she knew what she was doing. She got a flashy shirt. But I think you should have seen, though, when I asked her about your question, her eyes kind of lit up a bit, like... All right, so they got some more stuff over here. Do you know, do the horses come down this way? The parade?
No. Good morning, Junior. I'm just calling to let you know that we got tamales, menudo, and gorditas. Right
Ooh,
here
they
next
got
to
gorditas.
Cafe Plaza. All right. All righty. Thank you, Junior. They usually come through there and turn around here. But this time I think they're going to close off here and they're going to try and send them somewhere.
But eventually they do come around this area here?
Because they do the ceremony right there.
Oh, great,
they salute
great.
the flag and they honor them and all that.
Okay.
They're supposed to go out through here.
Okay.
That's what they usually do, but they told me that they weren't this time.
Okay.
But I don't see that they left an opening that way.
I see. And then
that's what they did one year. They stop, they do a ceremony, blah, 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 and then they leave straight.
Okay. And then do they do any activities across the street at the park by any chance? Are you aware of?
Yes. Sometimes they do car shows and other stuff.
Okay. And you just walk across there to see what they got. Okay, excellent.
Yeah. So they're going to come through 11. They're going to turn on 9. And then they're going to come out on Main. Sometimes they go all the way over there, but it depends. I don't know.
Okay.
But at least they go 2 blocks around and then come this way.
And what time do you think they usually get around here?
They're supposed to start like around 9, but...
Okay.
They usually start like an hour.
Sure. All right, well, good. At least I got here early, so I was just afraid to miss that part.
We got some menudo, some tamales.
Okay.
Real good tamales.
Well, I'm going to get a little hungry here in a second.
Yeah.
So.
And then beef jerky.
And I heard you also have gorditas.
Gorditas.
Okay. Those are my
chile
favorite.
pasados are good.
Okay.
And we got a flour and maize.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay.
And, they're real good.
Because I'm a fan of the corn.
Yeah.
That's how I used to always get them. But I know flour is also very popular as well.
Yeah. They're hot and ready right now.
Can I do, are they pretty big or are they?
Yeah, they're decent size.
I don't know if I should get 1 or 2 is what I'm trying to figure out.
You're going to want 2. I took 1.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do 2 of them. Okay. Let's do it. That'll be my breakfast and lunch.
So we got chile pasado. And red with, okay, so it's red with pork and potato and we got chicharron.
Okay, what is chili pasado?
It's chili, roasted chili, right? And then you put it back in. And it's got meat and cheese.
Okay.
It's real good.
Okay.
It's got a little spicy on it, but it's...
I'll do that. I'll just stick with what I always get. What I think you said you had the...
Red?
Red, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
both of them?
Both of them. Yeah. Gracias.
Yes, sir. De maíz.
De maíz. Yes, thank you. All right. How much do I owe you, sir?
It'll be 10, sir.
You got it. Got the 20 here. There we go. Take care of lunch or breakfast and lunch. What's up, everybody? What up, Meth Buckley? Well, we're getting one right now. We're getting 2 of them. We're getting some gorditas. Do you prefer a torta or a gordita, man? I like gorditas. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Okay. So we're still good on the parade. So we're gonna go walk. We're gonna eat right now. I don't like to walk and eat, especially with this stuff. I'll make a mess all over me. And then looks like we're gonna be here for the parade. I want to walk across the street before the parade gets here and see what they got going across the street. And then we'll wait for the parade, or we might just hang out across the street. But either way, we made it on time, so that's what's important. We're good. And we're getting some fresh gorditas being made right now out of corn. You can get them out of corn or flour. I prefer corn. But I know in Albuquerque, a lot of the places that do gorditas up there, they do them in flour. So I wasn't actually expecting them to do corn, so I'm actually pretty excited that they're going to do it in corn. That's how my grandma used to make them, so it's the way I prefer it, if it's an option, which it was today. But yeah, definitely buy some food off him. Guy was nice enough to help me out, and we'll help him out. First sale of the day, maybe. You guys are too funny. Oh, let me make sure I didn't lose my... Alright, so we got the speaker up. I just want to make sure I got the speaker jacked up. Thank you, Roofer, again for that TTS donation. I think you guys can donate through the speaker, through TTS, and through the YouTube donations. I think I have it set up, so if you prefer not to use the text-to-speech application or link, you can do it through YouTube, and I think it'll still play out on the speaker. But don't quote me on that. Gracias.
Thank you so much.
Do I need any type of salsa, or it's good to go?
It's good.
Okay, gracias.
If you want napkins,
Yes, please. Gracias. Yeah, I'm a messy guy.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Gracias. Awesome. So we got us 2 gorditas. Where's the gentleman? Thank you again for your help. You have a great morning. You're welcome. So we got us 2 gorditas. I'm the gordita pounder, bro. Fuck a torta. I got a gordita. Let's go get a water bottle. Since I splurged a little bit on my food, I'm gonna just drink some water. I wanted to get me an aguas frescas, but I'll probably get one later. But yeah, let's go chillax for a second. I was just hopefully here on time. That's another. It's funny because usually I'm pretty excited to see big tables with free stuff, but I don't think it's a good idea to be driving around with basically a kit to help me smoke crack. That's crazy. I will say this. I've heard of that program before. Like, I know they have, you know, like, I've heard about the, I think the syringe. I knew they've had that for a long time, you know, where they hand out the clean syringes. I didn't know they went to the extent of, like, supplying, like, the caps, supplying the filter. Basically, what is that stuff called? Like the wool scrubbing stuff. I mean, basically just short of giving you the, you know what? They had everything, dude. I was like, what the fuck? And I mean, that shit doesn't seem too expensive. I'll say this, Roofer, and I don't want to get political if you're still in the chat, but I would rather my state spend possibly, maybe, I should have asked her how much the program cost. Maybe 100, 200K. Let's just say even if it was $1 million. I'd rather lose $1 million to a program that possibly may save lives, may save us some money, than old, what's-her-face, our ex, Secretary of Homeland Security, the one that used $143 million to pay her own company. That was just made, a few days prior to them landing the contract for a TV commercial. So I'll say, as an American citizen, I would rather see my taxpayer money to go to something like that than some lady that's already rich to make her and her next 3 generations of rich people even richer. But again, let's not get into politics, but just saying. And you know me. I don't like Democrats and I don't like Republicans. I'm just one nation under God, boy. I'm what they call a patriot, man. I believe in what our original, how many of them were? The original signers of the Declaration of Independence believed in. All right, which, like I said, I don't want to get into politics. And we can agree to disagree on a lot of things, but I think before, and because people are going to say, well, they had parties then. I don't know when they started the 2-party system, but I can tell you it was probably meant back then as a checks and balances system, versus now, in my opinion, I see this party system as just a way to deunify our country, and it's just a club. You know, which club are you in, and who's better of a, you know, what does that do to help our nation? I wish we could figure out a way to run this nation, as they say in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the United States of America. Sorry, it's been a while, but they have a portion of it that they say under one nation. And that's what we should be, is one nation. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. There we go. I got it. I knew you guys were going to give me shit for that. It is. And like I said, it's just us versus them. It don't matter what side you're on. And here's my last thing, and then I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I feel that the presidency now is no longer a seat that somebody wants, or a position that somebody wants to have because they want to represent our country. They want to represent every person in our country, right? They're there because they care about the good of our country. They care about, you know, making sure that everything runs as the way our country was created, you know, make sure all the rules and everything is you know, basically somebody that gives a fuck about their country, okay? A patriot, okay? What I see the presidency, it doesn't matter if you're Biden or if you're President Trump right now, okay? The presidency to me at this point is just basically a position for somebody that's already done it in life, right? They're a millionaire, maybe a billionaire. There's nothing else to do at this point, except now you want a position where you have the most amount of power versus everybody else in our country. And what other position gives you that, right? So I believe that now what our presidency has become is a seat to basically become generational rich if you're not already. It's a guarantee that your family and the next 3 generations are going to be rich. Not wealthy, filthy rich. All right, and I'm not even going to get into the way how they do that. You guys already can know. And it's just a seat of power. So you're just going to have a bunch of lunatics that they've, you know, basically got bored of, you know, making millions and billions, that now just want a position that they can literally do whatever the fuck they want or think they can, and a position that they can basically funnel millions, if not billions of dollars to whoever the fuck they want, man. It is just an open seat for the head of the corruption department is what I call it, man. Like I said, and I don't take any sides. Both of them are the same, bro. All right, that's it. That's all I'm going to say, man. And that's the one I'm disappointed. Like I said, I honestly, I could care what party you represent. I just wish we had somebody that wants to run our country as a real leader, you know. Somebody that actually, when they speaks about what they're doing to make our country better, not speak about who has the bigger dick between them and Joe Biden 4 years ago. You know what I mean? And that's what it just seems like. Like they said, it's just, you know, who's got the better club, you know. All of them. That's why, here's the last thing I'm going to say to this, is why I say this. If you can't, I'm in no position to change any of that, you know, unless I want to run for a position of some type of, you know, commission or legislation, which even then, yeah, good luck. You know, you got this dream of, I'm going to change. Yeah. You ain't going to do shit unless everybody else is on board. And it's just like a club, right? If you don't do what the club leader wants, you're out of the club, okay? So I don't even feel, even with a right-hearted person, even the person that wants to do right, unfortunately, because the way everything's ran right now, would even have the ability to do that. So all I tell people is just control what you can. All I can do is just buy me some land, and that's my land now, and control my organization, my nonprofit, you know, and help the community the way that I think I should, and the way that I can, you know what I mean, to the best of my ability. You know, if we're going to have corruption for the rest of our lives as American citizens, that's just the way it's going to be. Well, you know what? Guess what? As long as I don't have to rely on any type of government assistance, as long as I'm not relying on any type of anything having to do with the government, hey, I think I'll be just fine. You know what I mean? And that's where I'm going with. That's why I want to be 100% off-grid, 100% self-sustainable. And I think a lot of people should, not maybe to that extent or that extreme, but, you know, you start shopping less at Walmart because you can make your own food. What do you think is going to happen to some of those prices? You know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say. All right, enough of that shit. What up, everybody? What up, ICU? Hey, I hope who's running for local mayor? I think that's a great idea, and I hope you fucking are for reals, and I wish you the best of luck, dude. For reals, man. All right, let me get a water bottle really quick. I might as well take my bag. I'm like, my car's just over there, but don't take much. You can walk 5 feet away from your car. My mom once, when she was in Mexico, because they used to go down there to get their dentistry stuff done, right? Because they didn't have dentist insurance. Which, you know, at this point, I feel horrible for what happened. So I don't know. You know, it's the risk versus reward type of thing, because, you know, they went down there to save money, essentially, right? So they go down there. And what ended up happening is their car got stolen once. Brand new vehicle. My mom had just bought a brand new cash, bro. Saved up her hard-earned money and bought a brand new Trailblazer SUV. and I think she'd had it for a few months, got stolen, and the insurance didn't cover it. She had full coverage insurance. They didn't cover it, bro. It was horrible. And then one time, get this shit, my mom was at the dentist office, comes out to her vehicle, and it has a flat tire. Okay, well, as she's looking at the flat tire, a group of guys comes over and, you know, trying to be nice Samaritans. Oh, we'll help you, we'll help you. So my mom, you know, they're helping her bring down the tire and all that. Well, while they're doing all that, they had another guy, and he's reaching over inside because she had the windows down, which was her mistake, reached in and was stealing, took her purse and a few other items. You know what I mean? So what they do is they intentionally will go, if they think, obviously you can tell by your license plate, and knowing that you're in a dentist office, they know you're going to be there for a while. What they'll do is they'll go and slash your tire. They do that on purpose because you ain't going to go nowhere until you change the tire. And the scam is while they're helping you change the tire, they're robbing from you. So in that case, my mom wasn't even maybe but 1-2 feet away from the purse that they robbed from her. You know what I mean? So it don't take much is where I was going with that. Somebody wants to take my torta, that's fine. They can take my torta. But I don't want to take in my wallet right now. Oh, man, how do I get to my... Okay, let me do this. The waters are on the other side, but I don't really have a lot of room to open up this door on this side, so we're going to unlock that. All right, cool. Everybody looking good in chat. Let me get some water here. Go back to my gorditas. So I guess the guy said we should from here see the horses, but I'm going to eat and then we're going to go walk around to the other side of that park across the street, see what they got going on there. But we're going to hang out for this festival this morning, and then we're going to head out to our next destination after that. So kick back, relax. Hopefully everybody's having a great start to their Saturday. Cheers. Got us some gorditas for the morning. Maybe we'll fly the drone, get a little aerial footage. If we get a little bored, probably do that. I think it'd be cool to fly over the park and check it out. Go check out that water tower with the drone, and maybe we can see where these horses are at with the drone. Thank you, man. All right, here we go. What's up, Nenny? What up, everybody? What up, Meth? What up, everybody? If I didn't say hello to you, my bad. So nothing too special. Corn style gordita. This one's stuffed with, they had some pretty cool stuff to stuff it with. I should have tried that other stuff because, you know, it was different and new. It's kind of what you want to try when you're places like this, but I figured just in case I didn't like it, I don't want to spend $5 on something I don't like, and I'm not going to eat the rest of it, especially because I'm hungry. So I just stuck with my usual, which is red chili pork. So it's got pork, got a little bit of potatoes, and red chili in there. That's all you need. And I'm guessing it's going to be hot because she said I didn't need any sauce with it. This is my Temu flannel, man. Shout out Temu. Well, I really don't shout out Temu, but for what was supposed to be a cheap flannel, shit blasted, man. Did I just... Oh, I was going to say, please don't tell me I already dropped my napkin. Oh, you're going to see a lot of those razors here, bro. The bros, they love those off-road razors. That's like the Mexican way of like bragging that you have money. Is driving around in those like off-road razors. You're gonna see them all. I guarantee you. Mark my word. You're gonna see them all over here. They're just all cruda right now. Everybody's hungover. Here in an hour, when they start waking up, they're gonna be flying over here. There's not much to do in these areas, you know. You got to figure something like this is probably considered one of their bigger events here for the county. But they got a lot of stuff going around in this area. Just about 30 minutes this way in Deming, which will be there tomorrow. They got a really big rock show going on. It started this last Thursday. That show attracts a lot of people from all around the United States. Kind of bummed now that I didn't take Rio, because I didn't realize that we'd have all this space to walk around, and we would have just been fine. We could just probably wait, you know, stood here and just watch from the distance the horses, but kind of in a way to get you guys a close-up view, it wouldn't have worked. So I'm kind of sad, but in a way, you know, for the live stream to get you guys a good view of the parade, it's kind of a better thing we didn't. Everybody's gonna be sporting their best cowboy boots and cowboy hat and their best Adiat flannel or jacket. That's what I should have got me, was a Adiat jacket, broskies. I look just like a tourist right now. I don't even look like I'm from New Mexico. You're already driving down the street with the brewski in hand, bro. I told you. That's cool. It's gonna be fun. All right, I'm glad I did get a second one. I was hungry. Some nice jackets. Those are sharp. I like those ones. Those are 2026 broskies. Those are just for this event. Woo. Those are the VIP jackets there. You know what? I will say this though, Roofer. I think they shouldn't have that stand though at events like this where there's going to be kids. Because I do think that, I mean, let's just put it this way, right? You saw all the stuff on the table. It attracted me over there, right? I didn't know what they had till I actually got there and I'm looking at it and she explained it to me. But you don't think there's going to be a bunch of kids that are going to do the same thing, right? They're going to see a table full of a bunch of stuff they think they're giving away. They're going to go run over there. Yeah, they might have a little coloring book and shit, but those kids are going to see that stuff. The older they are, they're probably going to recognize what that is and they're going to joke around about it and stuff. You know what I mean? It's probably not a thing that you want to be distributing or promoting at family events versus maybe an event that's more catered to people that may use drugs. I don't know, fucking or just keep it at the health center, you know, and have a street team, you know, that goes and talks to the people out there about it, or have that set up at a fucking area where there's a lot of street people that may need it. But I'm not a big fan of having it at a place like this where you have, like I said, a lot of family and kids walking around, and they are going to be attracted to that table because of all the shit they have on there. And their mom might have to explain to them or dad what a little metal bottle cap's used for. But I will say, yes, we are rock counting tomorrow. We're going to do some rock counting today, too. You'll see. But I will say that lady was very nice and very professional at explaining basically what all those things were used for and how they worked. As professionally as you can without just saying, yeah, this is a crack stand, this is where you put your crack. It's the most professional way of explaining how to smoke crack, is what I'm trying to say. They actually have a park. We're not going it today. We may go tomorrow. But it's called Rockhound State Park. It's actually a state park, probably 30 minutes away from here, where, get this, they actually encourage you to take home what you find, versus some places will say they don't allow. You can go find geos, all sorts of cool rocks that they have there. Now, this park's been around for a while, and there's been a lot of people that have picked the park. So, if you're gonna find anything good, you're gonna have to look for it. Or you're gonna have to dig. But they allow that. Versus a lot of places would frown upon you, you know, digging holes and taking rocks with you. Now, nowadays, you can only take a certain amount of pounds per day. Which, I mean, unless you're like some rock dealer, I don't think you're going to be exceeding that anytime soon. Your daily limit, at least. But we are basically in the Mecca. And there's a couple of Meccas here in our state. So we're in a big state. But for southern New Mexico, the bottom half of my state, we are probably in the what's known as like the rock hound area. You know, if you're a rock hounder, you're gonna come out to this area, or at least have probably come out to this area at least once in your lifetime if you're from our state. Hence why they do the rock show in Deming, which is just down the road from here. That was the town that we drove through to get to here before it got all rural. That's Deming. We're gonna drive back through there. You're running on low storage. I know. I got about fucking 10 gigabytes of just scheme-ass Scandi screen recordings that I need to fucking erase. God. All right, let's throw this away, and we're gonna walk across the street, check out what they have. And then I think what we're gonna do is, while we're waiting for the parade, we'll send out the drone, and I'll put you guys on the drone, so you'll see everything that the drone's seeing. And we'll do a little fly around of the area. Barely, Brian. He's barely hanging in there. I'll just put it this way, without getting too much into the guy's personal life and details, which at this point I really shouldn't give a fuck about, even respecting. I'm just that type of person, because I mean, that guy don't give one fuck, you know. He'll talk about your dead grandma all day long. But I'll tell you this, that guy, and I don't even like to say this, honestly, it really kind of it hurts, to be honestly. I don't wish this on anybody, because at the end of the day, we're all brothers and sisters of Christ, and if you don't believe in God, we're all, you know, we're all humans. You know, we all came out of a vagina, most of us. I mean, I would hope people have some type of humanity still left in them. But either way, I received some news that wasn't good, you know. Basically, verified everything that I thought was going on with the guy. And I'll just put it this way, and I'll let you guys, you know, interpret what I'm about to say the way you want to. But I will say, within a year, that guy is either going to be in jail or dead. And I hope it's the first part. I would rather see him in jail, obviously. Like I said, I don't want to see anybody hurt or dead. But the way that guy's going with the drug usage, with what he's doing as far as a criminal, which is horrible, what he's doing to these people, you know, basically drugging them and stealing from them. Okay, I don't know if you guys have heard about GHB, but I don't even, I couldn't even believe that guy couldn't even get his hands on that, and then I saw a picture, and that's all I needed to see to verify that. But that guy's either going to get seriously his ass beat to the point of where he's going to end up in a hospital, and it's going to be really bad, or like I said, worst case scenario, he's going to get hurt and he's going to end up killed. And here's the thing. It doesn't even have to be by somebody else's hand. The usage and the type of drugs that guy's doing is going to hurt and kill him. Also, he is basically, I don't even know what's an appropriate way of saying this. is just short of just saying it. He's selling himself, and mostly to men, not women. And he does not care about using any type of protection. And there are rumors from the individual, and I'm going to say these are rumors, that there could be, if not already caught, prone to, definitely, a very serious sexually transmitted disease that could definitely end your life, if you guys catch my drift. Okay? So, I'm telling you, and like I said, I hope 100% I'm wrong. I hope it's quite the opposite. I hope in a year that guy pulled his shit together and is doing a lot better than what he's doing now. But honestly, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm sorry to say that. And I'm not even saying this to talk shit, to be honest. I think it's horrible. But I'm telling you, and I don't have to go to the point of sharing the deets and all. I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? If you want to believe me, believe me. If not, I could care less, you know? But I've seen all the evidence. Like I said, I need to tell you 100% that guy is not doing good, bro, and is doing quite the opposite. That guy is doing probably 10 times worse than the last time we left off with him. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, not Dan West, honestly, he's the perfect candidate for a table like that, 100%. No joke, not even trying to be mean, fucked up, nothing like that. 100%. That guy could probably fill a whole backpack with everything from the table that he would be using. You know what I mean? Somebody told me because I don't watch him, you know. I might, peek in every once in a while if somebody tells me, hey, have you seen the way he looks, or have you seen him now? And somebody said that he looked like he got beat up again. Well, what's funny is I didn't even know that, okay? I hadn't seen him. But the person that had been in contact with me had actually told me that he was screwing around with somebody and their ex basically caught him and gave him a beating. And this lines up right at the perfect timing of what, I was told, basically, and what somebody has seen on his live stream. I guess this last time he was live. I don't know where the state park's at. I don't know if I walk down this neighborhood. Okay, I see a flag. Let's go down over there. Shit, that's kind of a walk. There's some horses. Well, let's go walking. I don't think we're going to miss the horses yet. He says you should see him come down this way. So let's go for a walk. Plus, I need to walk some of those gorditas out. But, yeah, I was told you can. I don't think you have to have permission on somebody. As fucked up as that sounds, if that's really true, where you don't have to have permission, go for it, man. If you got the money, you probably are gonna come up, and I hate to say that. I'm not even fucking kidding. And I hope he can. I really pray that guy will figure it out, man. But the guy's gonna be. He's already my age. He's already 40-some years old. Okay, he's got a kid. He's done nothing since I began covering him 4 years ago to even improve anything of how he in his court crime legal situation and in his personal life. And like I said earlier, as a matter of fact, since I've been covering him 4 years ago, starting 4 years ago, he's gone down the fucking tube, okay? It's like 10 times worse, and I'm not even exaggerating, okay? All right, so they got shit over here, man. They got like a museum. It says Columbus. Let's go read what the sign says. Let's give you a little history, and then I think this old, I don't know if it's a fort, I know it's a state park, but I don't know exactly where this fucking little battle went on between the, Pancho Villa and the American Army. I mean, I'm guessing it was like right here, bro. But I mean, it's down to the point where the guy is basically like, oh shit, look at all them horses. Okay. Maybe they're starting out. I don't know. We're just going to sit and record. But I'm going to stop talking about him here in a second. But it's basically like all the jokes we used to make fun about him, they're true. I was never joking, but I think a lot of people thought I was. No, they're not, man. Those ain't jokes. So we got some of our riders here. I guess these are the Americanos because they're on the American side. They all got matching suits on. I like that. I like the hats, man. That's what I wanted, was one of them hats. A sombrero. So I think what they do is they go down to meet these riders from Mexico. So basically they have riders from the U.S. side, and I believe they go down to meet the riders at the border, and then they all ride together as one. Okay? So I have a feeling we probably are going to get the Android up running here in a second. Because the guy said they're running a little late, which makes sense. So it looks like they're taking off now for the rendezvous. They all get together, and then they all kind of come together as a parade. But I see more horses down there. There's some getting ready down here. So let's safely cross the street here. Let's read about this sign. It's got a name on it. Susan Parks. No offense, but it sounds like a black person's name. You would think this would be like Maria Valenzuela. All right, so who's Susan Parks? 1895 to 9. Damn! Imagine living that life just short of hitting the internet phase, which, that honestly, I think that was a good thing because you still lived right through the 80s, man. I mean, I would say if she lived to like 1990, dude, I would have loved to live that life right there, bro. Could you imagine going from like horse and buggy times to early model car to then like, you know, 1969 Camaro, you know what I mean? Going from basically like no phones to the ones where you had to call an operator and whine to 1980. They had cordless phones, I think, back then. Roofer, that is kind of, I don't know if that's a coincidence or just a sign from God, man. But that's hilarious. Good morning. Seeing, you know, knowing that ski and horses just kind of came together in a sentence. But anyways, let's read about this. But yeah, I mean, could you imagine? Yeah, she saw Elvis, bro. I mean, I don't even know who else. She got to see the fucking, basically the invention of the car, the invention of the movies, theater, you know, what a movie, basically a TV. I mean, could you imagine going from where you didn't even, even if they had plays, you may not even been able to, like, you know, if you lived out here, you think they have a place, you go see, say, New York City, right? You know, where you go watch plays. So if this person lived out here, they basically went from living in a fucking farm in the early 1900s to, you know, being able to go to fucking Las Vegas to go watch fucking Elvis Presley play. Yeah. You can still have some for stealing. Yeah, man, I'll tell you what. You've been watching him for a while, crew. That guy's done some really fucked up shit, man. And I think I always tell people, man, it don't matter what you believe in, bro, but karma's something I believe in, man. And I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 4 years now, and just that short period of time, I've seen a lot of these really nasty people that I've covered, man. And I could tell you, you know, we can spend 10 minutes on each one of those people as to what and how they're doing now, and it's not looking good. You know, they're not doing good. You know, and some of them I can kind of figure out why I think they're at where they're at. Some of them I can't. You know, I'm just like in awe, really. You know, I can't imagine, you know, people even being in their 60s and still doing some of this shit. You know, I'm not even going to tell you who I was going to reference there, but I'll tell you, he lives in New York. But I mean, when you see shit like that, down to, you know, these 20-year-olds doing, and, you know, I get it. I was in my 20s. I know you know, you're still young, dumb, stupid shit. But like I said, honestly, I think I've seen more of the people that should be at the age where you should already be way past that, you know, doing your stupid shit period, that are almost like just basically starting their stupid shit period, except they're in their 30s, 40s, or 50s, and some of them in their 60s. And that's what just blows my fucking mind, you know? And yeah, I know there's always going to be stupid, fucking, dumb, bad people around. It's been going on since the inception of man, okay? But I just don't understand the ones that go as far as actually filming themselves doing this dumb, stupid, illegal shit. And then they get upset when they get caught or don't understand why the world's turning on them. You know what I mean? Anyways. But some people, what's that term they kind of say for dumb people? Sometimes the world needs that, it's not self-elimination. It's just letting the world do what the world does. You know what I mean? Anyway, so Susie Parks operated the telephone. Speaking of telephones, operated the telephone switchboard in 1916. She and her husband Garnett owned and published the Columbus Courier newspaper and lived in back of the office on Broadway Street. So I'm going to guess it was this. Along with their infant daughter, Gwen awoke in the early morning of March 9th, Schnikes, to gunshots and shots of Viva Villa. Pancho Villa's army was raiding the village. Susie bravely withstood the gunfire, using her switchboard to summon National Guard troops from Deming. Susie and Gwen were wounded by glass and fragments of bullets, but both survived the attack. So basically, she could be considered a hero over this town. You know, if it hadn't been for her summoning the National Guard, there could have been more injuries and deaths amongst the residents of Columbus. So, go her. So there's the story of Susie Parks. So they had the railroad went through here in 1902. Some more horses, caballeros. Technically a war hero, absolutely. So let's see. I wanted to read something a little bit more about this skirmish. I think it's going to be when we walk over to the state park. So I guess this must have been the rail. This is the old railroad depot. I wonder. Let's see. There's no signs here, but I wonder if this might have been the old, you know, their old house too. You know, went from the old switchboard to the old railroad depot. But look at you got the old tracks here. Got an old caboose. Let's go check that out. Pretty interesting, man. It's pretty interesting when you see these real rural areas, right? But they weren't so rural back in the days. There's some men from the military. Okay. So I think they are going to do, yeah. I think we're just here a little early. Oh, cool. Are these those ones that you hand crank? Well, it's got some sort of lever action there. So you can have some sort of control. Like it had a windshield at some point. Yeah, I'm going to say, but this one almost looks like it was fed by some type of fuel. Because there's it's like a tank of some sort. Like a fuel tank. There's this hobby of these people that they'll build things like this. I saw a guy do it. He built his own version of like a hovercraft, but one that actually worked on the rails. And they'll actually ride closed rails. You know, they got areas where you got old rail lines that people can still ride. You know, you got to be careful. Some of them may be on private property, but it's kind of a thing where you can, you know, build yourself a contraption and ride these old rails. And pretty cool, you know, get to see areas that people don't generally get to see. I'd just be worried about turning down the wrong way, and next thing you know, you got a full-size caboose coming at you. So I'd imagine these things probably went south at some point. Let's see. That looks like east to west tracks. The south would be going that way. But maybe they turn at some point. Got a place called Borderland Cafe. Pizza, beer, and wine. All right, let's go walk over to the state park and check it out. Let me see how my battery's doing. Oh yeah, we're good. Make sure my speaker is on. We got TTS on, and I think if you guys donate... Hey, Roofer, did you donate through TTS, or did you donate that text-to-speech through YouTube? So I'm trying to confirm whether or not you can... The YouTube donations will play on the speaker as well. Alright, so I think, I don't know, I see like one of those state signs. I have a feeling we access this park through here. But let's just walk down here a bit and see. They got some, I think these are some of the reenactors right here. getting ready. Well, I don't know. Let's see, I'm going to zoom in so I don't look like I'm poking the camera right at him. Something's going to go on right there. See, that's what I'm saying. They got all these little areas here. I wish they had. It was through YouTube. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. So, if you're more comfortable donating through YouTube, oh my God, I think I just jaywalked and there's a state cop right to the right of me. I'm not going to look behind me, so then he's going to know that. Yeah, there he is. Hopefully they won't fuck with me. I mean, where else? I don't see a pedestrian walk. I think that's the only way you can get across the street. But, oh, cool. So, yeah. So, if you donate through YouTube, it'll play through the speaker still. That's awesome. I appreciate everybody's support and donations. Like I said, we wouldn't be able to do things like this without your guys' support. So, very, very, very much appreciated. If it gets too windy, we also have a windsock because I feel a little wind against me, but I don't think we need to bust it out yet. But worst case scenario, I did bring my external microphone and I have a windsock for it. Oh, fuck. I don't know if I brought the windsock. I probably didn't. Shit, I don't think I did. No, I didn't. I don't even know where I have that windsock, actually. Oh, yeah, here's the state park. Hell yeah. Let's go see if they're going to do anything. Yeah, hopefully they won't. You'd be surprised, though. Motherfucker got to hit his quota for the month. You never know, man. Ooh, they got a museum here, too. Hell yeah. Man, this must be a pretty big state park, because they even got their own, looks like a little ranger station or BLM station here. I see BLM trucks. So this is called Pancho Villa State Park. I think this is ran by the BLM. Let's see. Mexico State Parks, excuse me. They've got so many different land law enforcements, it's ridiculous. So these guys, I don't even know if they'd be considered like state park rangers, like they wear the state park hats. Yeah, okay, I know which type these are the same ones they have at like Elephant Butte. Yeah, there they are. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Is this some like old ass tank from the Pancho days? Oh shit, they got shit over here, hell yeah. Look at this thing. Broskies, what the freak is this? This looks like a fucking Civil War era tank. Look at this crazy shit. Look at that little peephole. Literally small enough to slide a letter through. Holy whack, dude, that thing's pretty chingon, dude. Or maybe it was like, I don't know, man. What the fuck? They don't got a sign? I need to learn. I need to know what this is. Obviously, it's some sort of an assault vehicle, but from who and where? Look at that. They got kind of peek in there. Oh shit, look it. Got the driver's seat right there. So it drives this way. I guess he looks out from there. Yeah, you gotta be a tall guy though. I don't think I'd be able to sit. I'd have to have some phone books, that's for sure, to be able to see out of there. Or a higher seat. But look at that. They got some more seats down there. Interesting. They got an axe. They got, I mean, old enough where they were using these type of, you know, lanterns. Look at that. I mean, I even wonder if these were like the original tires. They almost look like they're getting petrified, ain't they? That's so cool. Or do you think, okay, I was gonna say maybe even could transport on the railroad for some weird crazy reason. Interesting. That's pretty cool. All right, so they got an office, exhibit hall. They got some stuff over here. This is where I was really interested in checking out about, because like I said, I believe, if I read everything right, this is the location of the skirmish. This happened in 1914, so they had stuff like this. I think a lot of people think Pancho Villa's days were way, way back then, but nah, he was still around after the early 1900s. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. Hopefully they have some material about it, because I'm kind of curious to know what when that was used for. Obviously, I know what it was used for, I think, but it's when. What's the time period? All right, let's look at this paper. Oh, there's some stuff over here. And a map. Excellent. Excuse me.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you? Are you guys going to be doing any events over here as part of the... Excellent. Thank you. This is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Camp for a Long Day. That's what I was looking for. I kept forgetting what it was called.
Do you come out here often?
Not very often. I'm from Las Cruces area,
Okay.
but
Would you like to provide some input into the future of this park?
sure.
Awesome.
I'll help you guys out with that. I'm going to walk around a bit before I do, but
Oh, no,
absolutely.
you can just take that with you. You can
Yeah.
do it later.
Okay, awesome.
But we appreciate it.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you all for being open and being out here. So I've never been in here, so I'm kind of excited.
It's really nice.
Yeah, super cool. I was reading a little bit about it on the internet, you know, and it seemed like a pretty interesting place. I don't think a lot of people realize that there was a skirmish down here between the Mexican Army and the U.S. Army, or Pancho Villa and the U.S. Army. And do you know, is this park on that land? Is
Yeah,
that
this was Camp Furlong.
Okay.
So this is where it happened.
okay? Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll go inside. We're allowed to go inside. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, thank you. So, they're talking my language. Free. Which is great, because that means our taxpayers are going for a good thing, and that's what I appreciate. Oh, this is cool. What the fuck? I didn't realize they had this in here. Was she hitting on me and I didn't even realize it? Oh, man. Let's just do a little walk around, and then we'll read some signs here. I'm a little bit, you guys know me, man. I get a little overwhelmed with stuff like this. This is pretty chingon. I didn't really expect this from a small museum like this, to be honest with you. Especially you guys saw when we rolled up into this little town. I didn't even think they had a museum. There you go, my dudes. That's what it looked like back in those days. At the time of the raid, the U.S. Army only had about 100 vehicles located at widely scattered posts and depots throughout the country. That's throughout the country. On March 4th, 1916, the Quartermaster General purchased 54 1.5-ton trucks from companies in the Great Lakes region. They left the region on a special southbound freight train on the 16th and arrived at El Paso on March 18th, having covered 1,500 miles in 48 hours. That's pretty amazing for those days. They loaded and crossed the border into Mexico that same night. They weren't effing around, bro. Even in the 1916s, they could get stuff to you in 48 hours or less. It's pretty amazing. Look at this shit, dude. I've never seen stuff like this before. This is crazy. There you go. Any Ford fans? Those are Ford trucks, baby. Look at that. Ford. Tractors replaced horses and mules to pull artillery pieces. So this must have been fought with a lot of artillery, which makes sense, you know. Not a lot of buildings out here, just a lot of vast land. They went 5 to 10 miles, okay. So that's what these were used for. Pretty cool. Look at these tires. So I guess this is what they used, were these kind of like, probably didn't even use air, just rubber, huh? Just a rubber tire. So I guess it makes it like a no puncture tire, you know what I mean? That's what I'm guessing. I'll ask her, I'll go out there and be like, were you glazing? So I wonder what they used the plane for. Were they throwing fucking grenades off that thing? That'd be pretty badass. Last mounted cavalry, first mounted troop, last one. Okay, so I'm gonna find something about that. Okay, the raid. Here, let's talk. I want to read about the raid. All right. So this might have been like one of the first attacks against the U.S. Well, since the British, right? But let's read about it. Rumors are abound that Pancho Villa is coming to the border in order to seek refuge in the United States and defend himself against accusations of having ordered the massacre at Santa Isabel. A force of 200 to 700 fighters near Columbus, where we're at, 15 miles west, 27 miles south, is reported on March 8th. So they said, March 8th, bro, there's like 200, 700 dudes coming over. So March 1916, at 4:11 a.m. on March 9th, 1916, 485 men under the command of Candelario Cervantes and Pablo Lopez storm into Columbus, set downtown on fire, and kill 9 civilians. 8 U.S. soldiers die in a simultaneous attack on Camp Furlong. That's where we're at. The attackers retreat after the U.S. military mounts a defense. 50 men under Major Frank Tompkins pursue the raiders, but return the same day after killing several dozen raiders. So this was the dude before they executed him. He was one of the guys that came in the first raid on March 9th, 1916. So they don't know whether Pancho Villa physically participated in the raid here or not. Look at this. Oh, hopefully you two don't. The burnt bodies that's already kind of blurred. The burnt bodies of at least the raiders killed in an attack on Columbus. Ooh, they get a little graphic here. All right, so the consequences. Let's read about what happened to these dudes. The raid on Columbus triggers an immediate military response under General John J. Pershing. A punitive expedition into Mexico commences immediately following the raid. Cervantes and Lopez are killed, Villa seriously injured in separate incidents. So basically the raid, I guess, instigated the U.S. to send troops into Mexico looking for these dudes. May of 1916, the Justice Department investigates Summerfield and other German suspects, but cannot find out who and if anybody helped Pancho Villa plan and execute the attack. Summerfield cannot be found for an interview until May 1916. Well, who is Summerfield? Oh, wow, they're saying like German sabotage. What? Hold on, this is getting kind of interesting. June 1916, Carranza opposes the American military incursion. U.S. forces clash at Carrizal on June 21st, resulting in a decided defeat of the U.S. forces. Carranza also activates the plan the San Diego raid to pressure American forces to leave Mexico, but both U.S. and German officials consider a war with Mexico to be imminent. 1916, July. German sabotage agents blow up the largest loading terminal in the New York harbor for Allied munitions. The explosion causes an earthquake that can be felt as far as Baltimore. With virtually the entire regular army and the majority of the Army Reserve of the United States and Mexico are at the U.S.-Mexican border, the prerequisites for German hardliners to commence unrestricted submarine warfare have fallen into place. However, divisions within the German government delayed the decision until 1917. By then, U.S. forces are trained, well-equipped, and leaving the Mexican border to join the Allies. Hence, I guess, the beginning of World War I. No. That was 1940. I gotta go back. I get those dates confused. All right, interesting. So I always was under the impression that Pancho Villa was actually physically here as part of the raid, and they're saying they don't know. So these are what your boys had back in those days. Nice Colt 45, 1911. Remington model. Oh, okay, now as long as I'm not picking them up, I won't get in trouble. I forgot. Oh, those are pretty badass riding goggles, bro. I totally rock those. Look at those. Those are legit. So they basically had a lot of horses and trucks down here. Look at this train. Looked like it got busted up by a bunch of revolutionaries. Wow. Let's see. Road to Columbus. Oh yeah, so what was the reason they wanted to attack? Amen to fight. It says he was making movies while steamrolling the federales. Okay, so 1914, World War I starts, August 1914. Oh, look at this. So that's where they're saying some of these Germans were working possibly with Pancho Villa because he's next to him. German naval intelligence agent Felix Summerfield person on the left next to Pancho Villa. The damn Germans were in on it. You motherfuckers, you. That's pretty legit, dude. This thing is full size, man. You guys can't really appreciate it unless you're in here. Withdrawal of the expedition. Yeah, that don't look like it would be too fun to be stationed down here, bro. Nothing but just desert, dirt, and heat. It's almost, you know what this reminds me of a little bit? Is like the Indiana Jones movie, you know, like, because they were, you know, they had the plane, they had like these type of trucks, they like these boxes, you know, because it was kind of like a desert, you know, in Africa, it was kind of like a desert expeditionary, kind of what I think they would be doing down here, right? So just kind of gave me those Indiana Jones vibes when I walked in here, seeing the plane and that. All right, well, cool, man. I wish I had a little bit more time to walk through here and read everything, but I don't want to do that with you guys. I do want to ask somebody about what that is out there. The Camp Furlong Recreation Hall. Okay, so we are on Camp Furlong, which I guess was a temporary fort of some sort. There's a revolutionary trooper right there. There's one of your hermanos or homies. There's Mr. Pancho Villa and his wife. Look at this badass lady right there. That's a female soldier right there. So the females were even fighting Mexican revolutionist females. That's legit, bro. Look at her right there. That's badass, dude. Look at all your soldiers riding on the train. Crazy what days were like, man. And you know what's insane is, oh, look at this picture. That's a classic right there. Look at them all playing cards. It kind of looks like me, don't you think? A young NJCourts. Tortilla maker. Yeah, man. Oh, that's like a full-size fucking old plane, dude. That thing's legit. They got the wooden propeller. I mean, it might be, I don't know. I wonder if it's restored or if it's a model and if it's an actual replica. I mean, it has to be a full-size replica if it's not restored. Oh, shit. Bro, this is all you see. This is what I would be happy with, okay? So when I get my rescue, I was thinking two of the ways I'd like to build, because obviously I need a place to stay, right? And if I'm going to have volunteers working there or staying there, I need to have them a place to stay. So I was thinking of either doing platform homes where you build a platform so you're sitting on top, and then you put a yurt. I don't know if you guys are familiar with yurts. They're kind of like those round type of like teepee looking things, but they use them more in colder climates like in Tibet and shit. Or I was thinking about just doing like this, just getting like commercial, professional, real teepees, you know what I mean? And setting up teepees. But this is how you'd feel right here. I mean, this is all you need right here. You know, I'm not going to make you, dude, we're not going to make you live like we're back in the 1900s. I'll get you set up with a little electricity and we'll get you a little PlayStation 4 there, a little TV, you know, but you don't need much, my dudes. That's it right there, man. 145K probably. Oh, that's how it looked right there. City of tents, man. Crazy. Yeah, that's it. That's all I need right there, man. That's it. I mean, I'm a happy camper. Wow. Look at this buggy. Bro, they've got a lot of cool stuff here for a little museum. Oh, I wonder if that's some, oh, it's probably some just rust. I was going to say, I wonder if that's some shrapnel. Imagine rolling this thing down in the desert, bro, back in those days. Your big old sombrero and big old, like, machine gun, you know, those out the back. A Gatling gun, just sitting, chilling on the back of that thing. Yeah, what an amazing museum. Cool. We got a little gift shop. Let me see if they got any stickers that are... That's alright. I wish they had one that was with Poncho on there. Poncho Villa. They got some New Mexico soaps. They got a wiggle snake. That's not too bad for $2. Shit. $2? Oh, these must be made in China. That's why. Cool. Okay, that one's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, those patches are pretty cool. I'll think about it. I'd probably get a patch before the sticker if they're about the same price, which I think they are. Let's see. I think that's what I saw. $5 for the patches. Yeah, they're $1 difference. Definitely gonna get a patch if I decide to get one. I think the plain looks a little bit cleaner. I like this one, but because of all the different details, the embroidery is not as clean. But you can still see it. This one, though, is way cleaner. Tarp and a brick. Hey, a tarp and a brick will take... That can do a lot for you out in the desert, my man. Provides shade, shelter, helps you collect rainwater. Depending on the color of your tarp, can help you be identified if you're lost. You can use a tarp to help drag other people if they're hurt, drag firewood. All right, they're a little busy. Let's go climb up here and see what's up. Then we'll ask about this, and then I think we're going to make our way to see if the parade's coming through. This looks like the last stand hill right here or something. Yeah, you can come camping here too at this park, so probably one of the closest campsites. I think, are these poppies? I think these are coming out a lot in a lot of our desert parks here. All the poppies are coming out. For all my flower people, are these poppies right here? They have as a matter of fact, this weekend in El Paso, they have a big poppy festival. I think these are poppies, right? Any flower people in the chat? But anywho, I think this probably is one of the closest campsites you can actually get as far as being able to camp at a state park to the actual Mexican border. If I'm not mistaken. All right, looks like the trail's right here. Or to cover. Ooh, what's this? This looks pretty legit. It's like an old house. Let's go. Let's let some of the crowd clear up there. Let's go check this out in the meantime. Here's some, oh man. I wouldn't do it now because there's a lot of people watching, but I think it'd be fine. But this right here is an excellent fucking, right here. If I was going to build or do some cholla projects, this right here is the perfect piece of cholla. Look at that wide piece. You could do so much stuff with that. So in Scouts, we used to take these, and I don't know if you guys know, but in Scouts, you wear a handkerchief, you know, like a bandana around your neck. And we would cut them, and then we would, you know, sand them, and then, you know, polish them up real nice with the lacquer, make them all nice and shiny. And we would use them as our slide so that, you know, for your bandana slide. Hey, you're welcome, Cool Device. Glad you guys are enjoying. You know, I do crazy stuff. I do fun stuff. I do educated stuff. It's a news channel. We're just a little bit different than your average mainstream news channel. You know, I call it kind of like a variety show. Basically, I consider myself like if a hybrid, if you take like one of those night shows, you know, those talking shows, like the Carson, whatever they're called, you know, Jay Leno show. But in a IRL, take that, a news channel, and then an IRL streamer, put it to one, and that's what NJCourts TV is. Oh shit, there you go. That's a legit, Adobe home right there. So when we were talking about Adobe earlier, let's get close to that and I'll show you. I mean, we can't get super close, but let's get close as we can. And then we'll go up there. There's something going on up there. Oh, can we go right here? I don't see why not. I don't know whose home this was, but obviously it's old and it's Adobe. Look at that. That's some really good brick, man. And that thing's over 100 years old, probably. Way over 100 years old, not probably. Let me zoom in for you guys, see if it'll... Sorry, it's kind of out of focus. There we go. There we go. Look at that Adobe. And look how thick it is. Look how thick those bricks are. Bro, you could shoot a fucking cannonball through this and it'd probably stop it. I mean, I don't know, cannonball, but ain't nobody like these cookie cutter houses they build now. You could take your foot and kick right through the fucking wall of it. You ain't gonna do that with this. Now, being that this is 100 years old, maybe you might do a little damage, but if it was fresh, you ain't doing shit. Again, look how thick those walls are, baby. Yeah, there you go, man. Don't need much to survive out in the desert. All right, let's go climb. They have their water tower. I wonder if that's an OG water tower. Looks like one, huh? Let's go. Let's read this sign. This will tell us more about the camp here. It's interesting they call this camp and not a fort. So I'm guessing it's because it wasn't permanent. It was a temporary thing because of the skirmish. You know what I mean? Oh, let's see. What building was this? Oh, that was the headquarters. Holy shit. Not very much of a headquarters building, but hey, that's cool. So that's where you check in, man. So their main gate probably was somewhere here. All right, Pancho Villa State Park. Here you go. Pancho Villa State Park interprets the March 9th, 1916 raid by the forces of Mexican revolutionary Francisco Pancho Villa on the village of Columbus, New Mexico. The park's exhibit hall houses artifacts and displays pertaining to the raid and General J. Blackjack Pershing punitive expedition into Mexico in pursuit of Villa. The park's campground and botanical garden offer excellent birding and wildlife viewing. See, sometimes they have two sides. Oh yeah, here we go. The raid. Francisco Pancho Villa's Mexican revolutionary forces attacked Columbus, New Mexico before dawn on March 9th, 1916, killing 8 U.S. soldiers and 10 civilians. That's a no-no. Approximately 100 Villistas were killed. The U.S. responded with the punitive expedition led by General John J. Blackjack Pershing into Mexico in pursuit of Villa. Villa was never captured by U.S. forces. Historians still debate the motives behind Villa's raid. So I guess we really didn't actually read anything particularly saying why he raided the village. Hospital site. So I guess that's the remnants or bricks. What's up, Tony? Dude, I mean, I'll tell you what, I've seen buildings that I don't even know, they're probably going into a couple of 100 years old that are still standing that were made out of adobe. Coots Hill and a walking trail. So that must be Coots Hill. Oh yeah, we can go up this way, hell yeah. We don't have to walk around the other way. Let's read about this. What's this? I know there's some, looks like some brick and mortar over there, so maybe that's where the hospital was? Or that's that? Or is that a bench? Can't tell. Let's read what this is all about. I actually wanted to read more and come more for this right here that we're learning about than the actual horse parade. So I'm glad that we actually were able to come on here and read this. Site of the last hostile action by foreign troops. Okay, there you go. Site of the last hostile action by foreign troops in the continental United States. So I was thinking it wasn't the first skirmish between international troops. That was the British. But this was the last on our land. Hostile action, foreign troops. We've been attacked by terrorists, but they weren't actual troops. Led by General Francisco Pancho Villa. So this is basically the last time an actual country has actually raided the United States. Led by General Francisco Pancho Villa, insurgent Mexican forces on the night of March 1916 raided Camp Furlong, a United States Army cantonment and the nearby town cantonment and the nearby town of Columbus. Several people were killed, many others were wounded, and numerous buildings and tents were burned. The underlying motive of the raid is still a dispute among survivors and historians. Well, can they even give me a hint? 6 days later, United States punitive forces under General John J. Pershing entered Mexico and pursued Pancho Villa and his band without success. So they designated this a state park in 1959. Interesting. So it's been around, let's see, 66 years. Oops. So let's go walk up to Coots Hill and see what Coots Hill is all about. I'm wondering if maybe the Germans had something to do with persuading Pancho Villa to attack the U.S. And, you know, with the hopes of them causing them to send their forces down to Mexico, maybe to distract from, you know, what was going on, you know, across the ocean, the sea. Though this is just a bench. All right, going to Coots Hill. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'd have to go back in the museum, which we're not, read a little bit more about that, but I'm wondering if that's where that little, okay, oh, I forgot, I gotta be a little quiet. I got a loud ass voice. I think they're filming something up here. But I'm wondering if that may have been something to do with it. I bet you at nighttime, hanging out on this hill, you'd see a lot of cool stuff in the sky. As a matter of fact, they've got a park. They've got a lot of cool stuff around here. They've got another campground that is one of the very few in the United States campgrounds or areas where it's like a national star campground or something. Basically, it's like an area where there's no light near it, and for it to be like certified like a national star area or something, there can't be any sources of light for a certain, I don't know how many miles, you know what the prerequisites are for, but there's only a certain small amount of them in our whole country. But basically, it's an area where you can go and see an amazing, magnificent view of the stars, just because there's no light pollution. So this is Coots Hill. Nice little hill. You got a little nice overview, 360 view of everything going on from here. A little crowded, so we're not going to go all the way there, but yeah, you get right there. I don't see any signage. I think they're kind of just explaining the area here, and maybe where all the skirmish went down. But all right, let's go back over to where the fiesta's at. Oh, I forgot, I was going to ask one of those people down there as far as what the heck that, what I would consider an old tank would be used for. If not an old tank, an armored assault vehicle. And I need to get this on a charger too. I'm gonna have to put you guys on my charger here soon. Not soon, we're good, but at some point. Let's see. Little campsite information. Ooh, is it free now? What's the date? We are in March. Oh, that's the daily use, not the... And I think my military pass works here. Let's see. Resident Mexico, resident dump station, commercial. Yeah, it should. All right, let's go see, find out what this thing was. And then we're gonna walk back over to the party and see when we catch the horses. And do a little bit of walking around. Maybe send up the drone and see what's around. And then, got a lot more stuff planned for today. We're gonna head over to our camping area for the night, and that's a pretty cool ass area. That's honestly, I want to save my drone battery for that area, but I won't waste too much if we do a little flyby around here. All right, so he's a little busy. All right, so I'm just gonna look this up when I get to my vehicle. I mean, I would assume it was used during the skirmish, because it's got like the same type of tires on it as those other vehicles we saw in there. This thing's fucking badass, bro. The front is that way. We saw the steering wheel was there. Well, I mean, no, I think, yeah, I was facing that way. I was going to say you could drive from the back and move forward, but very interesting. It's like a Trojan horse, huh? All right, let's head back to the Fiesta. Ooh. Oh, you mean the illegal aliens, not the aliens from the sky. All right, let's go see what's going on. Hope this wind kind of goes down a bit, because then I won't be able to fly the drone if it's too windy, man. I want to get a close-up view of these water towers. Do a flyby of the park. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people even know that this museum exists down here. That's pretty gnarly. Pretty cool place, I'd say, to stop and camp if you had like a RV before you're going down to Mexico. I mean, the little town here in Mexico, Columbus, Mexico, they've got dentists, they've got everything you need, like pharmacies. Like, there's a lot of Americans that'll just walk down there, you know. They're from Deming. There's people that come from where my parents are, Las Cruces. You know what? It was just about an hour and a half drive. You know, go see the doctor, go see the dentist, go shopping. So the town over there it's not like a little shitty rural town. They got you know, money exchanges. They got it's poppin' lockin' little town. But I believe it's probably right at the end of this street. Oh, they're doing a ceremony right now. I don't really want to get into that. I think this is where they do their little guest speech and all that. That's cool. We can watch from the distance here. Let's go over there and see what they're doing. We need to cross the street safely first. And then we just wait for the horses, man. All right, I think I can cross the street safely. This guy will slow down a bit. All right, there we go. Interesting. I think they're doing a commemoration for the fort. So basically what they have is a few things, man. They have the, you know, the event from the fort because of the raid. Then they have this other event that they do because of like kind of another event they're doing with the border, you know, a unity thing between the and that's what the horseback riders and stuff are for. Wow, what's all this? I think there's just an oversized load coming through the town. That's a nice truck right there. Look at that Peterbilt. That's going to the border, baby. That's your government money right there. But anywho, then I think they do the other event with the horses as like a separate thing. You know what I mean? That's why you got shit going down over there. You got these people doing this. And then they got like something else over there, you know what I mean? So we're just gonna get back over to the event, the festival area. Let's go kind of walk this back way here. See what all this stuff is. Look at this old school Beamer right there. That's pretty rad. What do you think? That's like a 90s, early 90s or 80s model? That's cool. Other than just the cracked windshield, it's pretty damn clean. Little coupe. That was probably a pretty expensive car back in the days. Could be very expensive now, depending on if it's a collector's year or not. But that's clean. Very beautiful car. Got all the horse trailers, so I imagine at some point the riders are going to come down over here because this is where the party's at and their trailers are here. All right. We got some música. A lot more cars here. I think we got some of the Primo parking, so. What'd you do? I see you. I think they do a car show, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. See, there's the Razors unloading. They have a dance later at night. There's some gringos, man. There's the municipal court. Reminds me of when I got... Where was it? Some little hick town in Arizona I got a speeding ticket at. And I fought that shit. And those were the days where they didn't have remote viewing. So I had to, excuse me, I had to go, had to go back to the courthouse to fight it. And it was just like that. And I won. So I was glad I didn't waste all that money. But that's exactly what it was, man. Just little place like that. To this day, I still hate driving through that town or county. And you got to, every time you drive from New Mexico to Phoenix, you always got to drive through. What is it? It's on the top of my tongue. It's just a little speed trap town. We got my bikers. El Gato Negro, La Reina, paletas, elotes, They're gonna have some bomb tacos too. Gorditas, we had some of those earlier. More burritos. Got some games, all sorts of shit going on. Go get you a crack kit. You want to go cook up some crack? They're advertising their festival here. I guess that's going to be in Mexico. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, sister, I love that. They got your aguas frescas, getting those ready. They got everything in this truck here. Take care of all my bros once they get a little drunk. See who can ride the bull. We rode that. Remember when we rode that in Hatch? The shit was hilarious too. Because you guys were I had the guy recording with my phone, and you guys were talking to him in Spanish, telling him to go faster to F with me. Which I was very impressed. You guys knew how to speak Spanish, some of y'all did. Alright, let's chillax for a bit in the shade. We're near the car. I kind of don't want to give up my car spot. So I kind of go looking around for those horses, but I think we're just going to go put up the drone. I'm just going to put you guys up on some battery, and we can go do a little flying around and see if we can see the horses from up here. Let's do that. All right, let me just take care of some message here. And it hit people or something else. I don't know what. Oh, I think you're fine, I see you. I didn't see anything on my end. If somebody got banned by accident, it wasn't done intentionally, it was just an accident. And if that did happen, which I don't think it did, I can just do a mass unban later. Not the big deal. All right. Let me get some water, bro. I need to drink a lot of water today. My lips getting dry. Oh no, there's not that much wind. But kind of enough that I don't like it for the drone. It's not bad. Let's see. And ultimately it'll tell me if it's too windy. All right, let's get the old drone here and we'll see get it set up. Repping my New Mexico. Alright. So let's get everything we're gonna need. Oh, I left that other remote in the car. Alright, let's get you guys on some battery. Got you guys hooked up. What up, Nubbo? I'm gonna check one thing here too. I'm just waiting for my other phone to start up here. And then we're gonna go send the drone up and see what we got going on. It's a little windy, but it should be fine. This drone can handle it. My other my smaller one wouldn't. It would be a little too windy for that, but. There we go. Okay. There's Prism. There we go. I'm gonna have to switch you guys earphones really quick, and we're gonna get this party started. Alright, we're going to switch over right now. Boom. So it should have just switched over now. Alright, cool. All right, cool. Okay, so now this has got this will be my streamer. All right, everything connect over. If somebody doesn't mind in the chat just saying what up. Just want to make sure the chat's up because I switched you guys onto another phone. Now we can, we do that so now that we can, we're going to broadcast straight from the drone to you guys now. haven't phoned this thing in a while. Oh, there we go. Now, thank you for typing something in the chat, because now I can see that it's working. All right, and I need to turn this on. And I know on this one I need to also oh, cool. It's connected right away. All right, so let's go to transmission. We're gonna go to live streaming, RTMP. Okay, let's see if this works. There we go. All right. You guys see that all right? That's the drone. All right, so let's launch this bad boy. Sorry, it's been a while since I've used this bad boy. Above me. All right. All right. Kind of get my bearings here a bit. It's been a while since I've used this one. Oh, no. All right. All right, so let's go check out that part first. This is so weird because I'm used to flying in my goggles. Such a trip to do it like this. There's that water tower we were at. So I'm going on. Let's fly over here. This is the little hill that we just flew around. We didn't get a chance to walk around the whole campsite, so we might as well do a little tour. So like I was saying, you guys can camp down here, so you see these people got all their RVs and stuff set up. This is pretty interesting here. I guess, is this like a field of some sort? Trying to do a little drive-through of this park. I believe the border should be going down that way, and I forgot that we can zoom on this bad boy. So I have a feeling that's the border right there. Like that's the checkpoint is right over there. UFO landing pad, it looks like one. So yeah, a lot of campsites. Doesn't look like they have too many people on like the primitive sites. Looks like they got more people camping out on the trailers. I don't know if this is like a little new road they're building there. So that's the big old museum that we were just in. There's that tank right there that we were looking at earlier. See if we can find these horses and see if they're getting anywhere near us. There's one close up of the tower. Use the power of our zoom to help us here. Gas station where the Fiesta's at. Man, this thing hauls ass, bro. I'm so used to like my other drone. So there's the Fiesta. Don't see any horses yet. Let's see if we can find them here. The guy said something like they come around back this way. Let's go down this back road here and see if we see anything. Yeah, right. If I was in my smaller drone, I would. It'd probably scare the shit out of the horses flying that close, but technically that's what that other smaller drone is, my Neo's for. Alright, keep your eye out for some horses. Let's stop here in this main center. Oh, that guy's doing good right there. Look at that. Got him a nice truck and a nice casa. Sheesh. Look at this guy. What's got going on right here? Jesus, probably some buried bodies on that property. All right, horses. We're looking for horses. Oops. Let's see, we go higher. Let's see, horses. I don't see no stinking horses, man. All right, let's look this way. Let's see if we can. Let's go up high. Let's see if we can use height to our advantage. All right, let's stop there. See any horses? Nothing yet. Just going on a nice ride. Yeah, that yonder's over there is the border. This road right there, that main road, will take you right to Mexico. Let's see. Let's use the zoom. I know, man. It's not much going around in this town here, I'll tell you that. This fiesta's probably the highlight of the year. Damn, boy, I don't see the horses are even in the city yet. They're out of the outskirts. Come on, man. Let's see. Might even run into a border patrol drone, come right next to us, be like, "What up?" Don't see anything in the distance, man. Let's take this road down a little bit. Let's head south. Let's go to Mexico, boys. You guys want to go to Mexico? Let's go to Mexico. There's all the horse trailers down there. Roofer, I'll read your message here in a second. Sorry, brother. See if I can get you guys a good view of like the border, like the main border checkpoint. I'm gonna have to turn around here in a second though. Alright, let's see if I can do it here. Let's see. Let's zoom out there. I think once you pass into those buildings, all those buildings there, I believe that is Mexico. Alright, let's take this back before we lose too much battery. It's not roofer. It's only if they have a one of those temporary like military zones, which I didn't see. I actually looked up to see what the air restriction was around here, and then I didn't see one right here. Now, if you were doing this like in El Paso, 100%, they have one over there by the border, and you would definitely not be able to get close to it because of that. Alrighty, so I'm gonna be right here. We'll land it right in this little plaza. It doesn't have my arrow anymore. What happened to that? Let's get that back on. There we go. It's like right. That was a fun little flight. Now, they must be kind of out there because I didn't see any horses around here. But hopefully we'll see them come in here. Let me put my drone away. I want to save one of my batteries because when the next place we're going to go to, we're going to definitely want to check that out with the drone for sure. Switch phones. With the walkie-talkie and they mess with. I'm trying to think. I guess as long as your drone has as long as the walkie-talkie's not heavy, you could strap it on there, and then I have to get really close to the people because those drones are loud. So, I mean, you'd have to at least be like 20 feet above them, I think, for it to work good. But that's probably a better idea than they sell these little like Bluetooth speakers, which work horrible because one, the audio is not good on the speaker, and then the connectivity is only Bluetooth, so it only works for a certain distance, which if you're going to be gooning with people, you're probably going to be a little bit of a distance away from them. So I think that walkie-talkie would definitely be working. I do have a set of walkie-talkies at home. We're going to have to try that out. They have some that have some, like the commercial DJI ones, they have some that have like DJI's got their own speaker system that thing works awesome. That's what they'll use for like crowd control and stuff. But that was a cool little flight. We got to fly over the the skirmish or battle area. We got to see the rest of that state park. Looked for the horses. Got to kind of show you guys a little area, a little bit around town. Like I said, I'm saving my battery for the next spot. That's where I think you guys will be very impressed. All right, so we're just waiting for the horses, man. As soon as we see the horses, we're gonna head over to our next spot. We toured the fort, which is something I wanted to do, get more info about the whole skirmish. But now I'd like to see the horses come through. Got to check out the freebies. Although I don't think I'd be interested in taking any of those freebies. Or we're literally going to be looking at the straight doppelganger of Ski Mask Andy. Okay? And I'm not even kidding. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. That's the only best way to do this. I remember when I first saw this, for a minute, I was like, what the fuck? I thought he had changed his name, his YouTube name. And it took me, it took me a little bit to really see that it wasn't him. That it was a completely different person, but the same. And I've actually had a couple people reach out to me that have actually seen the same person and said, dude, Roofer was one of them. But you guys got to see this. That way I know I'm not the only one on crack. Because I know I'm not seeing things. Alright, so let me get on here. Alright, I'm just switching over from this to this phone now. Alright, there we go. Got you guys switched over. Now I can show you the picture. Let me get you guys on this tripod. Alright, cool.